Okay. I hope that was not permanent the entire time. All right. So I kind of came to the conclusion that it was not such a good idea to do this whole collab because, well, on TikTok, I'm saying, um, hold I don't think it made a lot of sense to do this collaboration now when I think of it because on TikTok, because I would like to sell the soaps, but the soaps won't work because what TikTok wants me to do is constantly just keep harking everyone down their throats with the item that I'm trying to present. So it makes no sense to keep going with it. So what the best thing I can do is that it's just finish the quick drawing real quick uh and just stop from that point. I think that makes more sense. As much as I hate saying that, but like it's kind of true. So I think I'm going to keep it like this from now on, doing this Genshin Impact character design thing. So uh I think that makes more sense. Like I was trying to wrap my head around if doing this was a good idea at all, but like I try my best not to. No, don't do fall for follow. You're better off doing it by yourself. I don't do fall for follow, sorry. Um, let me see. I think that makes more sense in my head. Uh, n- no problem, JP. Hi, Liv. I'm doing okay. Hmm. So, given that the soaps are actually really good, I would recommend get the soaps on my affiliate page on TikTok. Uh, I'm not gonna present the soaps onto my stream because TikTok wants me to keep constantly bringing up the soaps every 5 seconds, like a merchant. Well, I get it, but when you have to constantly be like shilling for the soaps, it's going to get to a point where people are not going to want to listen. It's going to feel very like commercially. So what I think it's best to do is to um is just have people go over to the soaps on a normal basis and just go to the thing. So you can get your Genshin Impact soaps from Mora if you want. They're pretty cool. I would appreciate anyone who go get them because I use them and they're really good. Homemade and they're good for you, for your skin and everything. It's not like harmful or anything. So if you guys want to get that, you can if you like. I recommend anyone who's a Genshin Impact fan should get this. Um, and not because she's my mod, but the fact that oops, the fact that anyone who likes anything Genshin Impact themed would enjoy this. So I would recommend it to anyone. And I'm not even like a Genshin Impact fan like that. I don't play Genshin Impact, but I'm very much aware of it based on how my sister plays it. So it is what it is. Still haven't played Genshin Impact like that till this day because I'm too lazy or busy to fucking put the time in. To be honest, I just came to that conclusion. I can't. Maybe one day I might find the time, but I just can't now. Let me see. What it is what it is though. Okay, so let me see. Um, I don't really like the hair too much, but uh, I think okay, let me get rid of all this. Okay. Oh my god, this fucking charger, yo. I swear to God, if this thing dies on me while I'm working, I might just scrap this whole idea. Hold on. Hold on. Anyway, so I'm going to work on. Okay. I'm going to actually make it look better. I'm not even gonna do the line art. I don't do line art like that anymore. So like what I'm gonna do is just clean up what needs to be cleaned up. As I'm going, I'm just gonna clean my way through. So anything that seems to be that can be easily fixed. So like in this area particularly, we're going to clean this up and look a little bit more better and take away whatever parts that looks very confusing to see, which I will do. Like this. I made the dire mistake of using a vector layer, which I shouldn't have used. It's great to use a vector layer, but the problem with using vector layers sometimes could, depending on what your settings are, can be either very helpful or very annoying depending on deleting stuff. So I have to do my best to make this look presentable as best as I can without making too many erasing mistakes. I'll get rid of some of this. I know you will. I know you will. Oh, you still love me. So I'm gonna clean it up. I'm not gonna do this thing where I'm gonna do the line art because it's like it's just like it takes. I don't know why in my head I think it takes more longer to do line art, and it's yes I'm being lazy, but like I think it just takes longer to do line art. So just fix the sketch and just clean it up and make it look as presentable as possible. I think even Rhino Tuna doesn't even do this. I don't even think he does line art. Either he draws it as is and he sticks with it, which usually is going to work out because he has great form when drawing and stuff. So if you guys want to get the soaps, you have to get them off my. I would put them, like I said, I would put them in the stream, but because that TikTok wants me to constantly bring up the soaps every 5 seconds and show them off every 5 seconds, I don't think anyone's gonna sit there and want to watch that. So it's best if I just make a video on Skype. I mean Skype, Instagram, YouTube, and whatever. Is that a no? It's not Wacom. The the tab I'm using is in my link in my bio. You can go there if you like. So as I'm sitting here, um, I'm just letting everyone know that if you want to get the Genshin Impact soaps, you can still get them on my affiliate page right here on TikTok. You don't have to leave TikTok. You can just go get it there. Normally, um, if you guys really want one, I was going to link it, like I said, to my TikTok, to the stream, but TikTok gets mad, when if I don't keep showing it off every 5 seconds, and that's gonna piss off people. It's gonna be like really annoying. Most people are here to look at the art. Um, so I suggest just make make a TikTok on the soaps and let it circulate that way. It'll work that way, and it'll probably get to a better audience in that sense instead of on a live stream. Like I think it makes more sense because it'll not be on TikTok. It'll be on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Threads, all of them, like Twitter. Like it's gonna be everywhere. So like that's better than me doing it on, because it can forever be circulated in that sense. Um, so I think that's better than forcing that down people's throats on a live stream. Meow. I think in my head. Say hi, Epic Naps. Okay. But it doesn't make any sense to me though. So I'm cleaning everything up as I'm going. I'm not gonna make any mistakes here. Make sure everything looks presentable as best as I can make it. Like I did with the other outfits and stuff, because like when I was doing, I started to realize the better I clean up the sketch, the better the drawing looks based on my work. I don't even bother with line art like that anymore, because if you teach yourself to draw like in a one go situation and then just clean up what doesn't make sense, you don't have to do the line art from that point. Um, it's not a need from that point. So like for instance like this. Um, when I was working making this based on a gesture study. Um, if I just clean this up, this will look like line art. See what I'm saying? So like that's the thing about when you draw like this. Um, you can really bring out a lot of like gesture poses and line art or line quality if you understand the gestures, and then don't try to overcompensate with a bunch of chicken scratching, because you don't want to do that. That's what makes it look messy. What do you do for work? I do graphic design, and I do also video editing. Video editing, graphic design, and I manage my family's website when I can. Let me see. So yeah, I make logos and stuff and all that stuff. Tell me a fact. Tell me a fact about your profession that most people want to know. Patience. I think that's the number one thing a lot of people don't know. Patience. Be patient. Be be understanding and have thick skin, because like a client, like for instance, if you go to a client and a client says, "Oh, can you help me make this logo," or a case may be, or whatever the graphic is, don't get attached to the work, because what's going to happen is when the client doesn't like what you make, you're going to feel resentful. Don't do that. Because that's going to, because I've when I first started, I remember I got attached to my work. So when they didn't like what I drew or what I used based on the programs, whether it be Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint, or um, sometimes I will use Canva. Sometimes it really depends. They don't get attached to your work too easily if you're doing it for a client. If you're doing for yourself, then I can understand that. But like when you're doing work for a client, don't get attached, because when you think it looks good, but they think it doesn't look good, it's not about you. It's about that client. Even if their taste is shit, it doesn't matter. It's just like you're supposed to, you know, give them their what they're asking for. So don't try to argue with your client, and just be quick to like make any changes. And also, if you're using layers, depending on what the work is, separate everything, because when they want to make a change on something, oh god. Because the client either doesn't know or don't care how long it takes for you to get the whatever you're trying to get done. They just want you to do the fucking work so they can just do it. So they can use it for whatever purposes they have it for. Um, just just don't get attached. Just be like, okay, client, what you want? This is what they want. Okay, I do that. Get out of the way. Don't try to be like trying to suggest things to them like you're trying to salvage the work. Oh, and get everything in writing just in case. But then again, you just use Fiverr. And I understand why people don't like using Fiverr because Fiverr is great. It's great for not getting like fucked over when you're trying to work with a client, but they take a lot of money out of your shit. So it's like it's kind of like a trade-off. So like when you're using something like Fiverr, and I don't know how Upwork works. I try to use it once, but it was weird. I don't like using Upwork like that. But when using Fiverr, um, it's great for not getting screwed over because they put money on hold. So when you're doing the job, you don't have to worry about if they're going to pay you or not, because if they choose not to pay you, Fiverr will go after them. So that's awesome. But the only loss in this is that how much money Fiverr takes depending on what profession you're doing based on your graphic design work or your video editing or whatever fuck. And I think that's a big turn off because most people want like 90%. I forgot how much they take. I think they take about how much they take? I think like 30%. It's been a while. I'm just like I haven't used Fiverr in such a long time, but back when I really got into like video editing. So nothing too important to be honest. But yeah, just have thick skin and don't get attached to your work pretty much. Just be always take everything with a grain of salt and don't get too attached. That's all I can say. It'll make you a better like content creator or whatever you're into, like or just a business person or just anyone who's into business or anything who uses business, or you can apply it to virtually anything from like your own work personally to like things you do for work depending on what it is. No, someone asked me what my profession based on what I do outside of doing this, and I do graphic design, video editing. I was in the I was just and they said mention something that most people don't know. Most people think because they know how to do a little like video editing or whatever the case may be, they think they should get all the work. But you have to get patient. You have to have patience. But that's virtually for anything. But like, some industries are a little quicker than others. Bro, that AI shit is stupid. Like, I'm surprised no one has not made an AI yet doing that stupidness. That's the most quickest trend for a live stream ever. Like, like the AI people should be like people who make AIs or like works on into the AI space should be salvaging at the fact that they can make crazy money by making a quick look like either an anime girl or waifu um or just even a real looking person doing those NPC nonsense. That shit is the most dumbest thing I ever heard. I don't get it why no one has caught on the fact that if people are acting like NPCs, someone who's into like tech or does who's into AI or does AI based stuff can just make an AI character and just literally have them on and program it to do all those things that people are doing. Like it just makes no sense. I don't know if if TikTok has some type of policy against that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Twitch doesn't. If Twitch has the same issue, but I know for a fact that a lot of people, real people, are doing this on TikTok. So, um, I would just program a literal like anime waifu or something and just make it do stuff like that. Why watch real people do that? It's just it's. I think what it is that they're looking for any type of situation where they can just like blow up at any moment or just lose their mind doing the same thing over and over again. Because I can't sit there and be watching that stupid shit. That should be dumb. Like I'll lose brain cells like watching someone doing the same thing over and over again. There is no like diverse like anything. It's just them doing the same thing over and over again. And people are paying for that. Like people are literally putting money on that. I don't get it. It's like did a satire AI live and his nose sounded like a dry sounded dry from the roses. I'm not sure who that is, but that sounds funny. Like I saw Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon is it Canyon or Canon? I think it's Meat Canyon. The animator who makes those disturbing depictions of like intellectual properties based on like Disney and anime or whatever or even celebrities. Um he did he did one making fun of the whole like AI thing. It's getting to a point where this like I'm starting to think as time goes by, the more we get into technology, the more we're just the whole world is turning to like a whole episode of Black Mirror for those of you who have never seen it. Those who have never seen Black Mirror really foretells what's going to be happening in the future. And cancel culture looks bad. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, based on what I remember I saw from Black Mirror, there was like one episode about cancel culture per se. So like if you're a bad well, if you're considered as not socially acceptable as a person, there's this thing where people have like these like I forgot what it is. They have like these technical like chips in their head where if someone's not socially acceptable at the moment of the zeitgeist of what's going on in life, you can literally block them out of your life. So like well how this works is if I say I have a problem with one of my say I have a problem with Bry and me and Bry has an argument over some stupid shit and Bry don't want to listen to my shit, he can literally click a button in his head, or I think if I remember it, click a button in his head, and he can literally socially block me, as in he can't. He sees a big like white blur in front of him, like I'm literally blurred in front of him in like real life through his eyes, like literally through the lens of his eyes, and you can't hear anything I'm saying. Like I'm muted and blocked in front of him, like I'm this white blob. Damn, y'all believe. Like that's the funniest thing. Like that's I'll make it was Meat Canyon. Okay. But like fuck, like at first it's like a ridiculous concept, right? But when you stop and think about it, there in the episode it shows like this one guy, I don't know what he did. I forgot he did, I think he did a crime. I forgot what it was. And in the end of the episode, he ended up being blocked by virtually everyone he knew because he did something socially unacceptable. I don't know if he said something bad. I forgot what was the premise of what he did that was technically wrong, but it was something that was socially wrong. I think if I remember right, if my mind serves me right. And at the end of the episode, he's blocked by everyone. So he's like in a sea of people, but because he's blocked and it's told that he's blocked by everyone, he's just literally by himself. Like he's socially like exiled from life. Like he's not like outside of like the country he lives in or anything. He's just literally standing around everyone and he's blocked by everyone, so he can't talk to no one. So he's literally like exiled by default by standing around everyone. It's crazy. And I thought to myself like, "Oh, that's a cool, funny concept, you know." But when you stop and think of it, I'm not too I'm pretty sure there's some type of company that's gonna try to do that stupid shit. No, there's soaps, but like I'm not putting them in the live stream because TikTok gets mad. It gave me a warning for not showing the soaps every 5 seconds, and that's gonna get annoying. So I suggest if you want to get the soaps, just go to my profile and just get it right there. You're still on TikTok. You're not going to another website. You're just buying it right there on TikTok. Just go and do that. I would have it being present in the stream like normally, but because I have to keep showing it off, it's gonna be a giant like commercial every 5 seconds, and people don't want to see that. And if I don't do it after a certain amount of times, or like every 5 seconds, TikTok will flag my shit and take my live down. So I was like, what? Like, that shit is stupid. Like, I'm an affiliate. I'm not the dude who made it. But, like, then again, they don't give a fuck. So I was like, you know what? I'll save that for my own announcement for something else. So if you guys want to get the soap still, I'm still doing the characters, just that I'm just cleaning up everything. Um, if you're still into getting the Genshin Impact soaps, just go to my page right here on on TikTok and just buy it from right there. You're still on TikTok. You're not going to another website. You're not going to Shopify. You're not going to my link tree or any of my stuff. You're literally buying it right there in the stream. I mean, in the on the live. You can just swipe over, go to the affiliate page, and it's just 4 soaps. There's nothing else. You can pick whatever soap you want based on Genshin Impact. It doesn't have to be the one I'm working on. It's just like it's just to make it easier on myself so I don't get flagged down because fucking TikTok doesn't know the difference between when I mention and show us it. So, and I can't afford getting takedown again because that shit's irritating. And I just can't right now. And I don't know if that's gonna lead to like a permaban again because I got permaban twice already. I can't get a third one because if I get a third one, they're gonna be like, nah, bro. Like we permabanned you twice. Yeah, there's soap. So like, okay, so right here, Mora Lathers, who's in the stream right now, who is one of my mods, she makes video game type soap. Okay, and because she makes video game type soap, if you are into like Genshin Impact or anything like that, she makes theme like soap based on Genshin Impact. And one of them, this was supposed to be a silk soap. I forgot what it's based on the flowers in the game that you use, or I guess make it for item and crafting or whatever the hell is in the game. I haven't played it, so I can't really tell you how the whole flower system works, how they use flowers and items. But I'm making a character. I'm making a character between both the soap and the flower of a whole new Genshin Impact character inspired by her soaps, so people will go and try it. So I made a choice to not put it in the stream anymore because TikTok gave me a warning saying something about I am not presenting the stuff as much as I should. So they want me to make a commercial of everything I say. So I'm not for that, and I don't need to be taken down. Um, so I made the choice to not put it in the stream, but if you still want the soaps, you can still get it on TikTok. It just won't be in the stream. Make soap that smells like Castlevania. Make soap that smells like Castlevania. Yeah, the soaps are cheap. The soaps are pretty cheap. They're not expensive at all. They're really cheap. Anyone can get them, and they're really good for you. They're good for your skin. They're healthy, and they smell great. They're not like vegan soap that makes you think you was jumping into the fucking pigsty. Like you smell like soap you will buy from the store. She puts good care in her soap. So like if I was you and you want some soaps, especially you don't want to go to no dollar store soap and buy that cheap shit, go to the go to my page right here on TikTok and just get it right there. And not only that, it helps her out. I guess I get a percentage of it too. So I just need to disclaim that. So it's not only just helps her, but it helps me too. So if you guys want to get that, you can if you like. But that's up to you. You don't have to. I'm just saying. It's just an option, and this is what today's theme was about today. This will be the only character I'll be working on. I will not be drawing any more characters based on the soaps. From this point, this is going to be the only one. Because I need to save. I have an announcement that I wanted to present to you guys, and I can't like ruin that opportunity because it came in the mail. So I'm like, yay. So I can't ruin my situation just yet. It's an announcement I wanted to say for a while now. It's something I've been working on in secret for a while, and it kind of like hinges on this whole like it hinges on TikTok, so I can't right now on ruining it. So how I'm going to even help Mora with this is that I'm going to finish this off and make a video on it, and then uh have it circulate that way through TikTok, Instagram. I'll put even on Twitter. I'll put on all platforms that takes video. So it'll go to a bigger audience that way, and I don't have to do a live stream on it every time because that'll be a pain in the ass. Let me see. Oh yeah, Castlevania vegan soap. Okay, a soap that smells like Gojo. Oh, that I think. What would that smell like? I feel like that will smell like white wine. I feel yeah, that would make sense like white wine, white chocolate or something. Let me see. Got you, Bean. 6 eye scented. 6 eye scented soap that smells like that. Smells like Goku. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. If you had a soap that smelled like Goku, it probably smell like straight sweat like all the time. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm not totally sure. Like, what would Goku smell like? If you guys actually had to imagine what Goku smells like, what do you think he will smell like based on a soap? Why would I even ask this question? This sounds like a big meme of a question to ask this, but I would smell like training, like sweat, like straight up like bro sweat all day. Oh God. Well, then again, I'm not gonna lie. Goku at least showers. That's the one thing. When he's done working out, he does shower. It showed several times in the show that he has showered after working out. So it's not like he just works out and then doesn't take a shower. Goku looks like he's the type who don't shower, but he showers. I would smell like coffee. I I would smell like coffee or coffee beans. Not that one episode where he didn't shower or share for weeks. Oh wait, is that the okay? Is that when they grew a beard with Vegeta? Is that what you're referring to? I'm pretty sure they have a shower up there where he was trained with Whis and Vegeta. I'm pretty sure Whis would have conjured up like a shower. I'm pretty sure you can do that, given that he's an angel and shit. So I'm pretty sure he would. I don't think he wouldn't. I don't. I Whis looked like he wouldn't want to be around those two stinking up the place. I'm not gonna like Whis look like he's about that hygiene life. I'm just saying. Like that's not that one episode where wait, let me see where Bryce at. Meat and sweat. Meat. Well, yeah, I can like okay, I can see what Bryce talking about because he likes to eat meat, just like any other anime protagonist. Like it makes sense. But I believe he won't smell like sweat too much unless he just finished working out. It just makes sense. But like, there's many times that they showed Vegeta and Goku like taking a shower after a long day of working out. But it's ever rarely shown because usually when they're training, some bullshit pulls off and then they go off and do their thing. But when you think about it, when you actually think about it, like it would be kind of hard to get us like given what Goku and Vegeta's been through, it would be like weird like body conditioning for them to sweat half the time doing like mundane things, like anything. Given that like they're pretty much gods amongst men, so like it will be hard to get them to sweat anyway. Would just would just use straight musk for both Vegeta and Goku. Oh God, Goj Gogeta is going to smell pretty. No sweat, no meat, no mass. This I like how both Goku and Vegeta will smell like musk, as you claim, but when it comes to Gogeta or even Vegito, they don't smell as they don't even smell even close as bad. That's crazy. Well, that's some crazy favoritism right there. Because they will never break a sweat. They're a perfect warrior. Well, you're not wrong. But I like how the two men that makes up the one man doesn't will stink like ass, but the one man that makes both men doesn't. Something about that don't make sense to me, but okay. I get it. Favoritism has its merits. And the hardest to the neon light. But it is what it is, though. Take this right here and make that part of that. Okay, so there's no question of where that is. Okay. Hold on. I have to stop using this brush. Like, I got addicted using this brush. I have to get rid of it because, like, the issue with this brush is that it 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 really masks the idea that it looks clean but yet messy. I should really stop using this brush. I should use a whole new different brush that I have thousands of other brushes I don't use. So I might as well just learn how to use some of them. Try something new. I don't think it makes much sense for me to keep using the same brush over and over again. Given that it gives me a lot of like, it does well when I zoom out, but when I zoom in, the problem with this is that it looks dirty, and as you can see, I look like I'm just fighting with the idea of static brush. Like, literally, it looks like static that I'm erasing half the time. Could I make a request to get a Gojo soap? They're gonna smell good. You definitely can. I think she does custom orders if I remember right. They smell really nice. I think she has a charcoal brush too. Soap as well. So if you want to get that charcoal, I don't think the charcoal soap has any smell. And no, it won't hurt your skin. Even though it's made of charcoal. There's different types of. She doesn't only just have Genshin Impact. She has other stuff, but the Genshin Impact stuff is her most popular stuff. So if you're like a fan of Genshin Impact, you can go get that. Okay, like that. Okay. I'm just cleaning everything up so it doesn't become a big issue later. So I can just. There we go. I think Mew bought some of her soaps too. Several other people bought her soaps that I know. Okay, now let's clean this part up too. Has anyone used the threads yet? I've used threads. You can direct message me on here and we can formulate something. Apparently Gojo smells like... Wait, what does he smell like? You'll be paying for basically the recipe and bulk order and the shipping. His clone would smell like sandalwood, earthly, and a little bit of musk. Okay, what that mean? Okay. Is that actual custom order or you looked that up? And if you did look that up, when you say musk, is that something that girls want? Like, in their soap? I don't think any girl will like musk in their soap. Unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Please make myself. Break myself. Okay. Like that, delete that, that too, and then what we can do is push this a little bit more further away. Okay, it's looking a lot more cleaner at this point. Okay. I don't mind must, it just smells not to use, might not use it. Okay. He's drawing Mora. Lathers sounds good. Okay. So yeah, I was like, why am I watching? What are you watching? Is me doing artwork. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last time I do this. I just don't want to deal with TikTok and their bullshit. Now, if I was not getting, if I didn't get banned so many times, I wouldn't even give a fuck. I would have just kept on showing off the soaps. But because of my track record with TikTok tends to be very dicey, I'd rather not risk that because I can't risk losing TikTok yet. I can't wait for the day I get fuck you money. That day is going to be great. I probably will be at my most arrogance, but like then again, I can't wait till that day comes. Now let's see how that looks. Okay, she looks a lot more cleaner at the top. Oh, a little bit. Like that. Now what we're gonna do is actually darken some areas. What are you doing? What do you think? I like the way you're drawing. Thank you. What we're doing is what we need to do is clean our way through as we're going. Like I don't like doing this too much because it feels like a redundant process, but like I really don't want to do line art. But then again, it's like I'm doing line art again. It's like weird. It's a weird, but probably it's not the smartest thing, but it's not the best thing either. It's not the worst thing because I don't have to redraw everything. I'm not in the mood to do all that shit. Oh, I'm sorry. You'd be surprised how many times people ask that question. In most cases, I think they're asking just to be irritating, but I can't really tell. So I apologize if I sound like I was being an asshole. I appreciate. I say so always. Okay. He's drawing Genshin Impact. No, I'm not drawing. I'm not drawing a Genshin Impact character. I'm drawing. I'm making a whole new character based on the soaps that we're making. So I'm making a character based on the soap. I'm just using Genshin Impact type elements and just making a whole new character based on those elements, and that's it. Yes, Impact with a K. You know the K was infected once you pay attention to it. Okay, let me see. Not only that she spelled it wrong, but it kept your attention enough to pay attention. So it was effective. So good job, Bean. Maybe I should... Yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should have... This is weird. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. Can't erase this part. Okay, it's looking a lot cleaner. As we're going. There's some parts I really don't like. And it really has to do with the unnecessary lines. We don't want unnecessary lines. We want those lines, but we don't want them to be unnecessary to be used. So I'm going to pull this back and make this a little bit better. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and then erase this part in here. Let's see. Where's the music go? Yeah, like that. And then like this. Oh, that looks. One thing I don't want is for it to be stretching. We don't want to stretch. Get rid of this. Now, if I were to line art this will look a lot, well, it would look probably even better because what I'm doing is cleaning up everything so it doesn't become a problem. So if I were to decide to line art all of this all over again, it wouldn't take me that long. I don't think so. So I'm just taking out all the guesswork from the line art. This is why sketching is very important. And this is why the sketching would be better if you try to be as accurate as possible on the first few tries instead of thinking that you'll do the line art with a lot of scratches, because you don't want no guesswork with the lines coming in and out. It's fucking annoying. I looked it up and there were a bunch of people. What? Oh. Let me see. And then thanks. Okay. So I'm going to thicken some parts that needs to be thickened, like here. Okay. Now I'm going to go by here. The rest of this. Okay. Okay, like that. Okay. Okay, so this part here needs to be pulled down. sometimes too many characters have lost track after. Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie. I know that Genshin Impact is a gacha game, and that's how the Japanese make their money through their games most cases. But like, damn, the oversaturation of too many characters in the game gets annoying after really fast, pretty quickly. Because they end up looking the same, and sometimes their powers start to be like an interchangeable situation where it's kind of like Overwatch, kind of like it's weird. It's like it's a weird situation. It's like if you look at like Life Weaver and then you look at Mora. Life Weaver has like the ability to like drop all those like flowers on you almost like automatically if you're just in the right like distance. Just like Mora when she like kind of wanted to attack you. It's just like opposite of Mora. If you stop and think of it in that sense, like if when it comes to the healing, you have to kind of aim your healing with Mora. You don't have to put too much like work into aiming with Mora when it comes to healing. But when it comes to attacking, it's pretty much like when you use our primary fire, it's just pretty much like an automatic situation. So like after a while of looking at some heroes, you start realizing they're kind of like same interchangeable like abilities and concepts. So you start realizing, oh, this is like the same as someone else. Kind of like how we kind of looked at no, not Tracer to say per se, Tracer and Sombra, because Sombra does this thing where she kind of like disappears, and Tracer kind of does something similar, but just in speed and blinking. I guess I don't even consider it fast. Like I guess you consider it being like super fast. But I think Tracer's is probably one of the most original like powers in like games like Overwatch because it gives you that illusion that you can actually go super fast when it's literally just dashing you like a few seconds in front of where you're virtually like running. I wonder how many times they have to program that with the to make sure that it's always recording. Like it's technically recording everything you're doing when you're playing Tracer, so it can keep track whenever you tend to rewind or blink. I wonder how much work that took just to make that constant work in their heads, or at least program that in general. I'm pretty sure that part was not easy. And it doesn't like fuck up or doing any bugs. That probably was one of the biggest annoyances for it not to fuck up and have any bugs. I can just imagine. I'm pretty sure it probably had some bugs in the past, but not like you have to be like it has to be like pretty noticeable, like noticeable bugs that only a Tracer main would know because they play enough Tracer. Because, like, when I play Tracer, I didn't really notice any bugs, but, like, the fact that how she functions, her kit and everything, is quite amazing on how Jeff and the team designed her the way she did. It gives you that illusion that you can go really super fast, like the Flash or something. Like, programming that must have been a fucking nightmare. And then doing testing over and over again, make sure that she works fine to be ready for the launch when it first came out. Like what was it, 2016? I think it was 2016, 2013. I think it was 2016. Overwatch came around on launch. That must have been like the most stressful thing for everyone. Do you think you wait? Do you think it's quite weird? Do you think you are weird? Uh, yeah, I believe I am. I don't think I'm totally normal, to be honest. But who doesn't think they're not normal? That's like people saying, do you think you're weird?" is like asking if you're normal. Because there's no such thing as a normal person, but everyone thinks they're weird. So being weird is like almost being normal. Kind of like an oxymoron in that sense, if you think about it. Yeah, no one's really normal. honestly, normalcy is only considered normal based on the society you're in right now and what's currently like accepted at the time. That's what that is, truly. The only time you're considered quote unquote weird is when you don't have the same opinions as everyone else. And that really depends on what that opinion is. And then after a while, people might think you're some type of alt-right talking figurehead or some shit because you don't agree with certain things or whatever case at the time. And it doesn't have to be like political shit. It could be like anything right now. Like right now, like like it like the current talking point that's happening currently is that it is wrong for Hollywood to cast people who are happen to have dwarvism to be taking roles that is like that is made for people who are in that particular situation now. But that kind of robs them of their ability to work in Hollywood because you don't really see a bunch of, people with dwarvism, working in Hollywood like that. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a good set, but you don't see that as like a normal thing on TV or even on like social media like that. Usually they're taken as a form as a joke or some form, whether it be on TLC, like a medical thing, or look at me, I'm small, so therefore this is my small little life type stuff. Or like they're considered like a joke depending on how it's used in like comedy movies and or like in situations. But when they're given like the opportunity to act in like major roles, that's for them. Now that's being stolen because people like what's his name? What's his name? He was in Game of Thrones. Oh fuck, he was in Game of Thrones. This the small actor. What's his name? Fuck, I forgot his name. Oh my god, I literally had his name in my head, and now I can't remember what the fuck it was. I pretend to be a bit normal. Is your logo inspired by All Might? Yes, but other people think it's sand, so I wouldn't be surprised by that either. It was, and it still is. That's the whole gif of that. That was, I was like really up in like My Hero Academia at the time, but not in the way that most people are with the whole like shipping shit. I don't do that shipping shit. That shit irritates me. I don't do that. Um, um, yeah, that shit no. Like the fucking My Hero Academia community is wild for that. They be doing some fucking strange shipping with a lot of characters that doesn't need to be. Peter Dinklage, yes, thank you, thank you. So Peter Dinklage said something that I don't really agree with too much. He was saying something around the lines of, "Oh, it's wrong for um Hollywood to cast like people of certain stature to be in roles that seems to be quote unquote stereotypical." But this same guy is the same person who was cast for those same things in the past, and he took those roles with no problem, with no issue. And because of this, and this is referring to the Snow White situation, because of this, it what he just did or what he's doing is taking the possibility of other people who took those same roles he did to be in the roles that he's now in. So he's closing the door on people who look like him by pretty much, what's the term people say? Gatekeeping them away from fucking getting opportunities like he did. So you're ruining your people's chances to be seen on the big screen. The art and animation be on fire. Yes, the art and the animation are fire. Like don't get me wrong. Like what? Like any anime nowadays, as I think of it now, as growing up, any anime can be a great based on the right Sakuga animators. It's just the story from that point. Because your story is good when you get a Sakuga animator to like work on your shit after a while. Because when your shit ain't shit, no, they're not going to. You're not gonna get that good budget type I'm pretty sure there's some that will work like for a good lower wage compared to the most professionals, but usually when you get that high professional one, you get something really great. So My Hero Academia, I think what saves it is I don't think it's story too much. The story is great. It's fine. It's pretty like straightforward. Same thing as Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is pretty straightforward in itself too. It's not like a mind-blowing storyline that you can't follow, or it's just so different. It's not that different. It's pretty much straightforward. And this is where a lot of you may say I'm saying that it's mid. I don't think it's mid. I don't think Demon Slayer is mid. I think the current season is a bit mid because it was just like pretty straightforward and the animation was pretty cool. But other than that, it was nothing like mind blowing like difference from the other seasons. There is some good manga out there that don't get. Yes, the ones that you guys mentioned to me a few days it was a week ago. I think it was a week or two ago, based on that one with the Fairy Tail Hunter anime that I think got axed by that My Hero Academia assistant who was the assistant of Horikoshi, who made that Fairy Tail hunter manga. It looks really good. I like the art style. I appreciate the art style. I like it. It looks very close to that of Horikoshi's. I'm pretty sure he probably helped a little bit on that, but it looks really good. I would love to read the manga on that. I would like to see that to be animated, become like an actual anime, because I believe that anime would have been like one of the greats, based on just I think just based on like look alone, it looks really good. Um, I like how the the line art looks. That's just like that's one of the things that pulls me into an anime. It's basically on your art style. The art style first, then the story, and then whatever comes after that. Whether it's a manga or even an anime, like it really depends. As I'm going, I'm cleaning and making um adjustments, making sure this is looking good so it doesn't look bad. Okay, let me see. The art and animations on Be Fire. My Hero. It sounds like George Lopez and what he's doing. Wait, George Lopez. There is some good manga out there that don't. Are you going to start a manga? And I would, but given my situation on how this whole art thing is going, I don't know. That really depends because when I try to do the sponsorship, people didn't want to deal with the games I was presenting to them. And to be honest with them, at first I was a bit annoyed with them, but when I think of it now, I was looking at it like money wise, but now I think of it looking back, I see why they didn't want to take part too much into the sponsorships that they was presenting me because let's be honest, it's not like they was presenting a sponsorship to like, I don't know, Valorant or anything. They was giving a sponsorship for those no-name games that you see on the fucking commercial. And at first I was annoyed, but when I think of it, it was kind of selfish of me to think that way because I wouldn't want to play that on my own free time. Why would what like just because like the only reason why I'm even doing it is because I'm getting paid to do that and present it and then not really thinking of my audience. This is why when you're a content creator, you have to put your audience first before you put yourself because if you do what your audience would most likely go for, no, they won't have no issue supporting your shit. But if you're bringing something to them that doesn't really speak to their needs or their wantings, you're going to have a hard time. So like I know that majority of my audience is either anime lovers, artist appreciators, or gamers. I know that for a fact. That's like three things. Whether you're female or male or whatever you identify as, most people can identify with anime, video games, and somewhat art. And when I say art, I'm not talking about anime per se. I'm talking about art as a whole. Whether it's abstract art, animation, I don't know, backgrounds to people, character design. You know what I'm saying? Like I came to that conclusion. So I said to myself, I'm not gonna do the sponsorships anymore unless it's something that really caters to my audience. So like for instance, like I thought at first when I brought the whole like Final Fantasy mobile game to you guys was gonna play it because it's Final Fantasy. Yes, it's Final Fantasy, but when you think of it, most people either don't know the story of this Final Fantasy game, given that it's based in the 14 universe uh storyline, and you know it's just not going to work. It was not going to work. It was like a Final Fantasy game that was literally like either independent on its own story wise, or it was something that people recognize like Cloud and Tifa and them, then most likely they probably would have played it a lot more. But I came to realize that was not it. And plus, it was a fucking strategy type gotcha game that wants to shell out money every 5 seconds, like Raid Shadow Legends. So I came to realize like this is not gonna work. If I'm gonna do a sponsorship, it has to be something that my audience will enjoy without me even telling them. So like Raid Shadow Legends only worked the way it did because it was like our first sponsorship, and I know most of my mods just helped me out because it was trying to be nice. So I appreciate them, both my mods, both being Bry, Airy, and um Sound. I do appreciate them, and Mora. So like I have no issue with that. So I came to realize that was the only reason why that went well the way it did, because it was only for new players. Now it was for old players, probably would have went a lot better, but they keep wanting new players. So I said to myself, you know what? Let's back off from this. Let's focus on what most people come here for. It's usually art or anime girls, or what it case may be is usually anime. Usually that's what the most staple here is. So I said to myself, if I ever do another one, it's going to be something that my audience will enjoy or want to do without me even mentioning it to them. Um, so it'll have to be like a real sponsorship, not one that they just kind of like let me sign up for. It's one that is given to me exclusively through like say like Blizzard. I wouldn't say Blizzard as a perfect example of this, so I'm just using it because it popped in my head. But or something like that to that factor. But I wouldn't do that again with the mobile stuff because it's not going to work. It's not going to get people wanting to think. It's just not going to work. So what you should do is be aware of what your audience wants, know what your demographic is. Like, how many boys and girls watch your shit? Now, it's like, say, if, like, say 70% is boys and, like, 30% is female, you should lean more towards the males and see what they're here for and ask some questions. Why are you here? What is your reason? Maybe it's for the anime girls. Maybe you really like art. Maybe you're just here to learn. I don't know. And then see what outweighs more. If say for instance, 70% is male, you ask them questions. They said I'm usually here for the anime girls. Then maybe you don't have to worry about drawing and teaching. Maybe you should just make anime girls. That will bring them in. And then you should know what their age is, because the age will actually detail will build what is a customer or not. So how this works is, let's just say they range between the ages of like 18 and 35. Now, people between ages 18 and 25 usually don't have money. They usually don't, because they're just either living with their parents or they're just barely getting by given our social climate, our financial climate. So like what you should do is make it easy for them to want to support you. So like let's just say you have a Patreon. I wouldn't make the Patreon $10 a month. I would make it like $2, $3 a month. You know what I'm saying? That makes it easy on them. That's what I did with my Patreon. So it makes it easy on my either potential clients or my potential supporters. So like, oh, $2, that's whatever. It's every month. Like, you know what I'm saying? And from that point, it's not even about how many, how much they're willing to shell out. It's more like how many people are willing to support from that point. Now, from that point, if it's $2 a month, all you need to focus is how many people you want, how many people you want to, um, convince to support you. So you're it's more of quantity from this point, not really quality, but the quantity comes if you bring quality. So if you bring quality content, the quantity will go up. This is why I put a big halt on my Patreon uh making new content for them yet, because I wanted to get good at coloring skin, and I'm getting there I'm almost at 85%, so I'll be making a lot more NSFW stuff for my more adult audience um of anime girls. So that's what I've been doing in my free time when I'm not streaming. I'm usually just studying the planes and understanding skin. And it's a tricky thing to understand, but after a while you get it. Hunter's Guild, yes, thank you, bro. It was that. It was Hunter Guild. It looks really interesting. I wanted to. The more I hear about it, the more I feel like this anime should get an anime though. Like the more it sounds deserving of an anime. The more I keep listening to like other people's like opinion on this manga, and I think it should get an anime. I'm not even kidding. And I already know they did this thing where they kind of like try to end the series pretty fast because it was getting the axe, so they didn't have time to like expand on lore and stuff, which is kind of a pain in the ass because now what that does, kind of I wouldn't say retcons like continuity, but it kind of speeds up continuity to make sense if it becomes like, let's just say for some odd reason Shonen Jump says, you know what, we're gonna revive this series and give the Arthur another chance because we see the potential of this manga becoming an anime and can make us money. So we're gonna give it a chance. So what that does is, would the Arthur rest I want to say restart, but like restart from their last iteration, or will they just retcon that part and then continue the story that what they hadn't envisioned from before? So like that's where that problem comes in because people are gonna go with the original idea what they went with because of what the publication was doing to the Arthur. So that's usually what a pain in the ass to fix. Kind of have to DC fix everything from that point. Not everything, but that one part because it could be a problematic issue. What was the hardest study for you? The hardest study for me, art wise, is other than doing skin, coloring skin, it was actually it's two things. It's perspective and hands. Drawing hands now is not a big deal for me anymore. It's just a technical issue. When I say technical, I'm talking about just a physical issue, like just physically having a pattern in your head that works for you and then applying it, because drawing hands is no different from drawing the whole body. Because I said that to myself, like, how can the fuck can I draw the whole body, but I can't draw some fingers, some like a box and some measly like little French fries on the box. I'm saying that really irritated me one night, and I came to that conclusion. I said, you know what? I'm going to sit there and I'm going to learn. I don't give a shit how long it takes. I don't care if I have to miss some videos. I don't care if I have to do any like make up for some content. I'm going to stop what I'm doing. I'm going to stay up 2, 3 days straight, or for a week. It was actually a whole week, and just put in all that work in drawing fingers. I'm gonna mindlessly keep drawing fingers till it's becomes so easy that I don't have to even not even think of it. It goes autopilot. Like, you know how as a kid, for those of you who are in high school, ever like been like you're at your desk and you're just mindlessly doodling, right? You're mindlessly doing it, right? And you're drawing things that you can draw, like a box or whatever, or even a face, like a pretty, like, not even say even a decent face, but you know it's a face. So you're satisfied with it. That's what I did. I forced myself to draw so much on hands that it became so important to me that whenever someone asks me to draw a hand, I can look at my and the best thing I did is I did not use any reference to draw hands. Well, no, that's a lie. I did use reference, but I didn't go and look for like pictures of hands. I used my own goddamn hand. So I put my hand right here and just kept drawing next to it till I got it. And I moved to the next one. Draw to that one and I got it. This one. Draw to that one and I got it. This one. And then I started seeing a pattern. And the pattern was that no matter how many times I change my hand, there's three types of shapes that happens. Either it's a box, like fist-wise, or if I'm doing like this, it becomes a triangle, like this. So your hand switches between a triangle and a square. So even if I have my hand open, it's a square palm-wise, right? But every time I do this, say like I did this, it becomes a triangle again. So like it's a triangle at that point. Because this point here and here and here, it's not the best triangle, but you can see that it's a triangle. It's not a square because this piece is still here. So after a while, you start realizing no matter what the hand I make, there is a triangle happening somewhere. So your hand switches between a triangle or a square. Once you get that down, the next thing you should learn when drawing hands is that when it becomes either a triangle, a square, and then when you get that, you need to know where the thumb is. Once you know where the thumb is, you know everything, where everything else kind of sits from that point. Because if I put a thumb right here, say I put a thumb right here, you already know where the pinky is. Like, not but you know it's on the opposite end, right? And then everything else, you make another square and just kind of use that as a form of, that's how you make a hand. A form of like a glove. You make it into a glove. And then you make a new hand. Like it's not 5 straight fingers. At 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 5. It's 5 fingers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 fingers, and it just kind of makes sense. So like for instance, I put if I put the thumb here, say I put the thumb here, and I put a mask here, I already know where the hand is, and the fingers are like this. And see, it's like after a while you start realizing, oh shit, that's all I have to learn. 1, it becomes either a triangle. 2, it becomes either a square. Once you get the triangle and the square, all you need to know where the thumb is. Once you know where the thumb is, no matter what the angle is, you know where the pinky is by adjacents. And then the next hard thing you just need to learn is making the glove. So like thumb, I made the hand chubby, the wrist, and then I usually just do this. Like I always put a glove, and then this will indicate what your hand's gonna look like. So like if I say I put the finger like this, and then make a space, right? See what I'm saying? Bro drew a better hand than I do in 5 minutes. Yeah, so like if it once you start doing that and start feeling out these little tricks, it'll never be an issue again. It's just it becomes a square or a triangle. Once you make because it never becomes a circle. You never draw a hand as a circle. That just causes too much. Because if you make your hand into a circle, it's gonna look really wonky and strange. You don't want that. You want it to look like a box. It's always a box. Oh, actually, it comes actually 3 different shapes. I'm actually lying to you. It comes 3 different shapes. It's either a triangle, based on how closed off the hand is. And sometimes, depending on how you actually look at it, it can look like a square or it can look like a little bit of a pentagon, if that's better for you. It looks like a pentagon. So like this and then like this. But the reason why I don't really use a pentagon, because it does this thing where it makes the finger, it looks like the hand is slanting away. I like slanting up. So when you make like a finger like this, and then this is usually the middle finger is usually the most, not the thickest. It's usually the most longest. And then, but it does this thing where it's slanting up and it looks really weird. That's why I will say between a square. This is why I say a square is better. It's easier to keep it in line in that sense. So like this. I feel like that's a lot better. Oh, this is gonna be a little weird. Like that. Oh, and fix this part of the thumb. Look like a weird French fry. Like that. Like, oh, too far. I'm saying, like, it's kind of like that. So it's not that hard. It's just it's how you look at it. Once you figure how it looks, you can figure it out from that point. It's not as hard as you probably may think. It's really actually more easy. And then when you start comparing drawing a whole human body to a hand, it should piss you off a little bit that you can't draw it like and that pissed offness should help you want to like improve from that point on. That's what I came to that realization. And then that's when I came to a realization that nothing's hard. It's just a bit difficult. Once you get past that, I can't do this type shit, you can do it. Anyone can do it. I'm not telling you anything that no one else won't tell you. I'm just telling you the truth. It's going to work out. It's just you just need to literally turn off any distractions. Turn off distractions. Don't talk to your girl or your guy or whoever you're with or who are you identify with. Just put yourself in an isolated room. Turn off your phone. Throw it outside. I don't give a shit. Don't put on no fucking music. Don't put on music. And if you gotta put on music that really doesn't keep your attention too much. So you don't fall into the trap of like, oh, I'm listening to this. I'm going to keep constantly changing it to something I like to the point that I'm not going to actually do my work. Play something really like boring and thing so it keeps you focused. Or if music does keep you focused, just don't get too hung up on changing music every 5 seconds. I'm just saying. Just make it easy for yourself not to get distracted. That's it. That's usually what keeps us from not getting where, because we get easily distracted because we don't want to deal with the thing that causes us trouble. And it's not even against you, because like what it is like it's your brain trying to save you from being hurt, because us getting negative emotions is a form of pain. So negative emotions tends to make us like want to avoid problems as much as we can. And that's a normal human thing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you need to learn to be aware of it and just try to like manage that as best as you can. Basically, good vibes. Yeah, it's like try to keep yourself not easily distracted. That's it. And trust me, I fall in this trap too. I always fall in this trap. Like, oh, I'm gonna learn something today, and I'll have like several like tabs open of that subject, and then I'm end up watching It's a Gundam about some stupid mundane typical thing I already know 10 times about Hollywood not being fair and being diverse and being woke and stupid and shit. But I'm listening to that. I'd rather listen to that than actually go learn. That's what I'm saying. It's those little things that ends up keeping you from, doing what you're supposed to be doing, and then you're setting yourself like 5 months back when you could have just learned it in the first like 5 hours, and then you would have benefited from that, and then be like, oh shit, I would have been where I'm at if I didn't fuck around and waste time listening to It's a Gundam about some stupid mundane thing you already know about. Yeah, me and my ADHD, like that's pretty much what that is. Like fuck, like that's. And the thing is, when they say about ADHD, I don't think it's ADHD. I think it's just I'm easily distracted because I don't want to deal what's bothering me. Most cases. I'm not saying ADHD don't exist. I'm not a doctor. I get it, but I'm just saying I feel like most people who identify with that and usually says that, I feel like they use it as a form of excuse so they don't want to deal with what's going on in life. Usually, I'm not saying not all. I'm just saying some. So don't please get that twisted and say I'm saying all and saying that it's fake or people who have ADHD is fake. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general that I think there's some people who actually use that as a fucking excuse for not trying to improve. That's it. Some. Word is some. Some. Okay. Keyword of the day, some. Cause I remember way back. I remember I was listening to my like girlfriend's like little brother, and he was doing some fuck shit or something. He was doing something that was not he shouldn't be doing. And this kid, he turned to her, and she was scolding him for something. I don't know what it was. And he says, "Well, you can't tell me what to do. I have ADHD. Haha. I don't have to listen to you," or some shit like that. Some shit like he said. He used his medical condition as a form of like shield to stop her to stop her scolding of him because he's doing something he knows he shouldn't be doing. So that told me in my head like Some kids who are told they have certain things shouldn't be told that. Because they may use it as a form of like weapon to, some, not all, will use it as a form of weapon to resolve themselves from their misdeeds or from their shitty behavior. You know what I'm saying? So this is actually literally so Ohio. It is just me. Is this actually literally so Ohio? Is that me? Wait, this is serious. My bad. What the fuck? So what? But anyway, the point is that I know that some kids should be aware of their situation, but not all, because some of them use it as a form of weapon. It's like it's like someone like who's a fucking Bible thumping ass annoyance. They use it like a form of weapon, but they also use it as a shield at the same time to punish others, but not themselves. And they always have a shit excuse. It's fucking annoying. So it is what it is. Like, it's okay to make fun of you since God told me to, and you can't get mad. Yeah, see what I'm saying? That it's shit like that I don't understand. Like, uh, it's really annoying. I don't know. It's just like, but to get back on topic, the point was that don't let anything distract you. Just get the shit done. Just get it done. Just get whatever is plaguing you from whatever you need to learn to get to whatever level you need to be is to literally learn that thing. Just learn it. Just learn it. I know it's annoying. You don't want to hear this lecture. Not through me. I'm talking about like if you're going through like a YouTube video, you find a YouTube video you think will help you. It may help you, or it may be a waste of time. And I've seen a bunch of tutorials where it's kind of a waste of time because either the person's shit at explaining, or if they did explain, they didn't really present in a way that I haven't heard before. So you kind of feel stuck. This is where sometimes having a person who is a teach like a person who does like real time um who does real time art teaching like I do works because you can directly ask them help. You don't have to like fucking, you know, you don't have to like wait on their next video if they addressed what they said was off, or you have to wait and see they respond to your comment if you left a comment on their video. If they even bother to look at that video that was like what 10 years ago. So like it kind of it puts you in this weird rock and like stuck in between a rock and a hard place situation. Like it's just kind of feels that way. So this is why I don't know if some like I'm pretty sure some creators do that. They do like go to my Patreon, become a Patreon member like I do, and then I'll answer your questions. Maybe that does work. I don't know if they all do that, but usually it feels like they just do that to help them with their YouTube content most cases in my head, but I could be wrong. They probably do answer your questions if you become a Patreon member. Or they probably have videos that they have on Patreon that will help you, which I should be doing, but I keep putting that off. But I put it on YouTube or TikTok, depending on the subject matter and how fast I can get it out. I think I will just low-key hire an editor. I'm at that point where I'm gonna just end up doing that. I think I'm gonna end up doing that. It's a fucking fly in here. There has to be another one. I know there's another one. Why is my arm itchy? It must be another one. What's a fucking... I'll find it. But it is what it is, though. So there's no such thing as like something hard. It's just nothing's actually hard. If you just sit and took the time to pay attention to it and look at what other people have said on that subject, you probably might get it. Because I kind of realized if you watch if you watch 20 videos, each video, like there are going to be some misnomers, but if you watch 20 videos on a subject, you're going to start seeing a pattern within that 20. So like for instance, if you're watching a bunch of videos on like say drawing hands, right? You're going to see a certain pattern of people and how they construct hands. And you're like, okay, I saw that one girl on that one YouTube video did something with a square and she made a few fingers. Then I saw another guy make a square, but he made a glove. And then I see another guy use a square, but he started putting just sticks in the hands. And after a while, you start realizing they first started with a base of a square for a hand. You know what I'm saying? That's where you start seeing a pattern. That's probably the best formula. That's how you start realizing the formula there. The formula is that the formula is that fuck. The formula is that they keep using the base as a form of shape. They didn't use some crazy shape that you didn't hear of. They just kind of used a basic shape that you're familiar with, and then they moved on from whatever other method they used. Now, if the second method ends up being pretty similar to the first similar methods to the other people, then take that as note as well. Then you see that's another pattern. And then when you start seeing the patterns, you're like, okay, I get it now. Because I started realizing when I started learning color, what makes colors interesting, if you're picking a color, the best way to pick a color is not, well, shade a color. Let's just say I took this orange, right? And I wanted to shade it. Instead of going typically where most beginners will do, they'll just go straight to they'll go straight like to black or something. And they think that's shading when that's not shading. And I started realizing that a lot of people who shades do this thing where you're supposed to, one, get the color, two, go to the color wheel, the circle thing. And then depending on the light source and how cold or how warm you want it to be, let's just say we want it to be more, let's just say warm. So if it's more warm, we're going to go more towards the yellow, because I think they say yellow is the more brighter color compared to red, but that's debatable. But anyway, so let's just say we go to yellow as the warm color, right? Just a little bit. We don't go gradually to yellow. We just kind of manipulate this part and go slightly towards it. That's it. Slightly. We don't go all the way to yellow. We just slightly go to yellow. Slightly towards the direction. That's it. Then we don't go straight down when we go into the color triangle after using the color wheel. So we put the color, go to the color wheel, move the color wheel slightly towards whatever warm or cold temperature we want. We want warm, so we want towards a little bit of the yellow. And then we go to the triangle, and we go a little to the saturation side, but a little down to the saturation. Down to the saturation, because we're going down, but we're not going straight down. We're going to a slightly down, like a slight down. That's it. We go slight down. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So we pick the base color. We take this color, take the color wheel. We go slightly towards yellow because we're a warm color. We're looking for a warm temperature of this orange. And then we go slightly down, a slant down a little bit like that. Then we consider that our shade, and then we can shade our color on our, oops, am I on the right one? Okay. Okay, hold on. Why is it not going through? The fuck? That is so weird. What the fuck? Hold on. Do this again. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I know what's wrong. Yeah, I just realized I was wrong. Hold on. I was like, wait. Oop. Mistake slightly. Okay. There we go. That's a better color than going straight down to brown and not moving the color wheel. It looks like a nastier color. See how more darker that looks and looks disgusting? This one's more vibrant compared to this. Like these two work together. These two don't because this is too like in its ways. This one's more open-minded. Question: How do you go about developing? Oh, okay. So this is something I preach a lot. I'm gonna do a video on this so I don't have to constantly complain. Sound like I'm ranting about this, but I have to make a video on this one day. I will have to. But okay. Bright knows my stance on this, but the idea of um art styles is your art style is your handwriting. A lot of people tend to think of art style as something you just kind of like find. I don't know why they say the word find, which is a dumb thing to say. You don't find your art style. What you do is just keep learning from practice. What you do, okay, let me put it this way. If I made you draw heads and just heads alone, no matter what the angle it is, just heads. You're not putting no details, no nothing. You're drawing a head. After a while of drawing heads, you're going to develop a style without realizing it. Your art style is literally your handwriting. So remember as a kid, when you learn your A, your B's, your C's, your 1, 2, and your 3's, they have those. I don't know if they still do this I don't know how old you are, but I don't know if you're like young or you're my age or close to my age. But if you're, let's just say you're close to my age, if that's true or not. I don't really remember, but in school they had something called handwriting booklets. I don't know if they still do that in school now, where you will do a repetitive A, A, and then they go to the next letter B, 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 B. So like what that was made for is to have you familiarize yourself with the alphabet, the American alphabet from A to Z, right? They never really count. They count handwriting, but they just accounting for you to understand your A's, your B's, your 1, 2's, and your 3's. And then rat, cat, bat, you know what I'm saying? That those are usually for like grammar situations. But usually they want you to learn the letters, right? So what will happen would after doing those booklets after a while, 20 okay, you're close to my age. So like after doing those booklets after a while, what will happen is you will develop the way you write A's in your own way, even though it's just literally like 3 steps. It's like 1, 2, and 3, right? It's literally what that is. But no matter what person you are, you're going to make your A's different from someone else. And they usually say your handwriting tells who you are. So if you write A's a certain way, it will show how temperamental of a person you are or some shit like that. I think the FBI talks about this very thing. They can tell your handwriting based on how you are and how stressed you are as a person. Even if you're not even stressed out, it will tell you how well you make A's. Like, see how I make my A's curved? I make my 7s with a curve like this. I always make all my 7s looking like this, when I could just make my 7s look like this. But I do that because that's how I look at 7s. So so to develop your art style isn't trying to, I don't know, draw like Horikoshi. You can probably copy his style if you want. But if you want to make your own, that comes through I can't spell. Technical know-how. Know-how. Based on practice and understanding. So like technical know-how from practice and understanding. So how this would work is, make this small, by repetitive practice. That's how you learn. Just like your A's, repetitive practice. B's, your B's, and your B's, and your C's, your C's, and your C's. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm drawing a head, let's just say I'm drawing a head. Can't like say I'm drawing a head. Draw a head. Draw a head. Draw a head. Draw a head. You know what I'm saying? Like it's getting to that point where you can do it because of repetitive understanding. Right? Draw a head from an angle. You know what I'm saying? Like after I keep doing it over and over again, you're going to have a style by default. But if you don't put in the technical know-how, you're going to have these unrefined looking heads. And the perfect example of this, if you're a Naruto reader, if you ever read Naruto, or you look at Kubo's work, who made Bleach. If you look at his first chapter of his first manga, his first book on Bleach, and then you look at his most latest Bleach version, he didn't look at someone else's art style. He kept on drawing Ichigo so many times, thousands of times, thousands of times, that the first Ichigo drawing that looked cool now looks like shit because the one that he's now on, the new Ichigo version of him. Now look at how refined Ichigo looks from episode 1 of Bleach to episode God knows what, 300 and something. I think it's like 300 plus episodes if you're talking about the anime from 2003 all the way to like 2013 when it ended at the time. And now the show's back up on, I think, Netflix. I don't know which streaming service. But look at the latest version of Bleach and look at the first episode. Both Ichigos look drastically different. It's the same character, animated and drawn by the same person, but it looks directly different. Because after a while, your brain will get so used to how something looks, it's not even going to look the same as you first started. It's going to be more refined. It's going to be a lot more clean. That's why I said I should stop using this brush, because if you get good at drawing something over and over again, it's like drawing a box. Like when you first draw a box as a kid, it was like something really magical. You didn't know what to do. You was like, whoa, that's cool. But when you know how to do that thing, you can just do it in a few lines, and it looks a lot more, refined. It looks a lot more, it's there. You can tell what you're looking at, and you don't have to like take hours drawing it. So that's why. So if you want to get good at drawing something, I wouldn't even don't ever focus on art style, because that's something that's a given that comes by default. What I would do is focus on the drawings that you can't draw. That's what I would do. Focus on the drawings that you can't draw. So like that's how you get better at drawing, because if you get good at drawing the things that you're bad at, drawing the things you're good at will look a trillion times better. Like by default. That's not even like a exaggeration. That's literally the truth. I'm not making that up. That's actually true. I can bet money on that. So like if I was you, I would just focus on your technical skills and just refine from that point. So I hope that answers your question. I know I went a little hard on that one, but I didn't mean to. But I think that answers the question just fine. So to answer and to sum up what I was trying to say, your art style is your handwriting. So just you have to learn by using repetitive, technical know-how to do what you want. There is a mosquito in here. I know there is. Because my arm is itchy. And because my arm's itchy, that you indicates there's a motherfucker in here. He's in here. I know he's in here. And he knows it's warm, so he's probably knows it's hot in here. And if it's hot in here, that means he knows where the warmth is. Bugs tend to come where warmth is. And light. I'll destroy it in a second. I'll look for it later. I hate mosquitoes. They're like little motherfuckers that just kind of ruins your situation. Yeah, unfortunately. I hate mosquitoes. God, I hate them. I hate them more than anything. I'm surprised there's not a lot of phobias of people of mosquitoes than there are of spiders, you know? You have more run-ins with mosquitoes in life than you would a spider. A spider is like a every few months type of thing. And that's like one time every few months or like twice every few months. Unless you don't keep your place clean or some shit. But like you will run into a mosquito more than you would a spider. Because mosquitoes are like attracted to your body heat or some shit. And they want to bite the fuck out of you. So like it doesn't make much sense why there's not a lot of phobias against like mosquitoes than there is because and the funniest thing, they'll bite you, but you won't even notice the bite after you're done getting bitten. That should creep the shit out of you. I don't know how most people don't have a phobias against like mosquitoes like that. That is odd to me. That is the most oddest thing. Like the girls with arachnophobia. The girlfriend has that. Like she has arachnophobia. Right? But what throws me off is like you hardly ever see spiders in your whole life. Like last time you complained about a spider was like what? 7 months ago. But the other day you was like, "Oh, I have a bunch of like bites on my leg." Cuz I was outside and dressed and I got a bunch of bites on my leg from mosquitoes. How does that not bother you? You see what I'm saying? That bothers me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that shit will irritate me. Like, my arm's itchy and I'm annoyed and I feel like violated in a sense. That throws me off so much. But people freak out if they see like a spider on the screen and start screaming and yelling and losing their shit. Like on a screen. It doesn't even have to be like physically near them. Yeah, phobias don't make no sense. That shit's stupid. Yeah, the girlfriend will do that. She'll like see like if she sees a spider, she'll close her eyes and say, "Is it gone? Is it gone? Is it gone? Is it gone? Is it gone?" But if she sees a mosquito, she's like, "Ill," and move on with life. I'm like, what? Well, freaking out, well, making a big scene, all that shit. I can't go to bed because the spider's in my room now. Type response. But if it's a mosquito, I'm going to bed. Night night. It definitely, yeah, it's definitely the eyes and yeah. Shit. That shit is weird to me. And I called her out on this. I said, "Why do you get so upset when you see Why don't you get upset the same way you see a mosquito compared to a spider? She's like, I don't know. I just don't think they're as They're disgusting, and I don't like bugs, but they don't make me feel the same way as spiders do. I'm like, what? Like, what? It's weird to me. Now, I'm not. I'm not. Like, let me just put something clear. I'm not saying that because it's weird to me, therefore she shouldn't, because you're entitled to feel what you feel towards whatever the hell. But it's just a throwing. It's like, but then again, I don't think I have this. But then again, I think everyone has it. It just depends on who you're asking and how deep it is. I think everyone has a form of trypophobia. Trypophobia is that thing where you see a bunch of holes. Um, and I get where that comes from because when you see a bunch of holes, I think what happens is in the mind you kind of like formulate a picture of like your skin. I think that's what it is. You formulate like a picture of your skin with a bunch of holes. It's not the holes. I think it's the see if it's like a pattern of holes. Like if it's like I think what makes it really um not I won't say the word scary, but unnerving for most is when the holes are like misshapen and they're all in random spots. I think that's what makes it gross because you think of like worms and stuff going in there and you think like the most grossest things going into those things. So it kind of gives you this weird defense mechanism where you feel that way when nothing's happening, which is an annoying thing to like. I think that's how the whole arachnophobia thing works. But um, the difference between that and the arachnophobia, that at least the spider can actually do you something. You know what I'm saying? Holes are not gonna do you anything. Depending what's in the hole, but then again, most cases there's nothing in there. I think it's just that it's that uncanny valley slash feeling slash unnervous, like I'm not sure what the hell is in there type stuff, and then what comes with that is the misshaping of holes. If it's not like for me, it doesn't bother me if it's like the holes are like a perfect pattern. Like if it's like a perfect pattern of holes, it doesn't bother me. I think what bothers me is like misshapen holes in like random spots, and they're not in like a pattern that my brain um can like compute. I think that's where it comes from. It's just not something. It's something for the brain can't like distinguish easily, so it becomes a threat because you don't know what that comes from. Like I think that's like a biological response, but I don't know why that's a thing. It's a weird thing still. I still consider that weird too. I kind of have it, but I don't have it to the point where I'm saying, "Oh, I'm hiding from holes." I'm like, "Ew, that's kind of gross," and move the fuck on. I can move with my life. But it's not like I'm hiding from a bunch of holes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think most phobias comes from a form of trauma. Like say for instance when certain people are scared of like puppies and dogs. Like you could be a 6 foot guy, 6'8", 6'7", right, 6'10", and be deathly scared of like a puppy, or I don't say a puppy. I don't think a puppy, but that's probably a very extreme case. But like at least a dog. And when I say a dog, I'm not talking about no pit bull. I'm talking about a dog, like a chihuahua or something, like a full-grown chihuahua. Even though they look like puppies, they're pretty much puppies. Like they're puppy like size most cases. Um, I think it's because when you was a kid or that person was a baby, they had a bad experience with a animal per se. It could be four-legged or it could be just like a specific animal. Like they may not freak out against cats, but they will freak out against dogs. I remember my one cousin was really scared of my other cousin's dog, which was a puppy. She was definitely scared of the dog for some odd reason. It was a puppy. It was not even like it wasn't a full dog that can run up on you and jump on you and stuff. It was a puppy. It was no bigger than a shoe. But she was like a literal like it was no bigger than a shoe. It was like literally like a like size 4 shoe. but because she had a bad experience with said another dog from a previous situation, I think they can't walk away from that till they either overcome it and becomes a real issue after time. And because it wasn't addressed or wasn't handled in a way that they can, uh, you know, formalize a rational reason said dog did or said or barked said has barked and or responded the way it did, it won't have the person won't veer from that till something rational clicks in their head for them to, you know, accept whatever issue that is plaguing them per se. So I think that's how it works when it comes to phobias. Like I think way back when I think as a child, I think I was scared of something specific. Oh, I remember. As a kid, I remember I was scared to go down the basement because in my house back in Long Island, because I remember as a child I watched the movie Home Alone. Like what 90s kid didn't? I watched the movie Home Alone, right? And I think in Home Alone, I think it was Home Alone 1 or 2. I think it was, I don't know which one. It was the one with fucking Kevin. Kevin McCaffrey, I think that's his name. And there was a part in the movie where he was scared to go downstairs the basement because the furnace was scary to him or some shit like that. Something about the furnace being very scary to him. And I don't know what it was, but I identified with that, even though I'd never been down a basement like that before, like a basement with a furnace. But I think the fact that I identified that it was a basement, therefore scary things are down there, I didn't like going down the basement. By association of watching that movie. Yeah, bad experience. That's like, remember, the bad experience doesn't have to be with the subject at hand. It could be something that they saw. Like, it doesn't have to be directly at them. It could be something they heard and or saw. It doesn't have to be physical at all. It's just a bad experience that usually happens uh, in that case. Like, fear of the dark isn't because it's dark, but what could be in the dark exactly. So like it's a lot like the holes thing. I remember it's a lot like the, if the mind can think it, therefore it can be it can be problematic. So as long as the mind, because like if you're in a box, let's just say you're in a box, you're not gonna think what's outside the box unless something kicks it or something touches it, right? It's like, okay, let's use a box. Let's use a camping site. Like you're camping, right? You're in your tent. You're sleeping in the forest. The forest only becomes scary when something's brushing past your tent. Okay? Once something brushes past the tent. Yeah, like a fear of heights. Like for instance, like, and this is a weird thing about, I remember I was listening to what is it? What what's that fucking educational show that's on YouTube? I don't know if it's still around anymore. Uh, something feed. I forgot what it was called. Not BuzzFeed. It was something called with Michael. I forgot what it was called. Brain feed, BuzzFeed. Not BuzzFeed. It was something. It was kind of popular in the 2010s. I forgot what it was, but it's like people who are scared of heights and placed in a situation where they're on top of something that is higher than they would expect. They don't have the urge. They have the urge to get down, but if you put them at the edge, they feel like they're going to. I think there's some situations where they want to jump, but they know they'll get hurt. It's a weird thing. It's a weird situation where you want to get down, you don't want to fall because the whole falling situation bothers you. But if you fight fork and tool for not, it's hard to explain. It's like they don't want to fall, but they will jump at the same time. They feel they're gonna fall, but they will jump. It's a weird situation. I forgot how it's explained. I think Michael explained this from I forgot what was the YouTube channel, but he explained this very thing. Yeah, like they don't want to jump. Like they're definitely afraid of falling. But if you put them to the edge, even though they're trying to get away, they still feel that they're going to jump. They may jump. They'll like you have the urge to jump off, but you don't want to fall. It's a weird it's a weird psychological thing. I forgot who it is. It was Michael something. Michael, he was a meme. I think he's a meme now. I don't know if he's still a meme. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. Fuck it. Why not? I don't even feel like listening to music anyway. Michael here. That's what he usually says, Michael here. Vsauce! That was it! Okay, there we go. It was Vsauce. I couldn't... My god! That's a blast from the fucking past now when I'm hearing that word. The only thing I could remember was him saying Michael here. That was the only memento that was still stuck with me. Vsauce. Heights. Fear of heights, I think was that. Minefield. Oh, what are okay? What are creepy? Hold on. Let me turn it.
Michael here. Fear gives us life. Being afraid of the right things kept our ancestors alive.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Phobias and fear is actually a good thing. Most people in this time of age, having a phobia against something, depending on your social standing, could be like you're a hateful person. But no, phobias are actually good because it keeps you safe in most cases. Because like if let's just say because what a lot of people tend to equate, because you have a fear of something, therefore you want to put harm upon it. That's not true. Most people get that very much, and I think the liberal media tends to do this a lot. When you have a fear of something, you don't want to deal with it. Like a true, I won't say the word, the R word. A true person of non appreciating races, let's put it that way, is not a person who wants to put harm upon them. A person like that usually don't want to deal with other races. We tend to, what the media has taught young people is that if you are a certain thinking person of certain aspects of life towards a certain group of people, depending on what it is, they call it phobia. Actually, it's not a phobia. What that is just being rude. Depending if you're trying to put harm upon them. That's just being rude and being evil. Now, a phobia is usually a person who is trying to let their fear guide them away from said thing or person. It could be a bug, it could be a car, it could be a sound, it could be anything, a gunshot, doesn't matter. Once you have a phobia towards something, you usually don't want to deal with that thing that's causing it. So like if I'm a person who is rude to certain people and I'm looking to go do things to them, that is not a phobia. That is just being evil. Those are two different things. We tend to use this term wrong a lot. Like a lot. A phobia is not someone who's looking for said trouble from said phobia. What they're trying to do is to avoid anyone who tells you that you have a phobia because you're going after certain people isn't a person of phobia. That's just someone who's just don't want to, who's just trying to cause harm, depending on what the stance is. That's it. Some phobias can be really strange though, like cathophobia. I forgot that one. True, people try. Yes, because like think of it. If it like just say just say let's use an example. Say I'm a single mom from Texas, a white single mom from Texas, right? I'm using Texas. It doesn't really matter where you are. If I'm just using Texas as a place, just to give you some context. Just say I'm a single white mom with 2 kids, blonde hair, blue eyed, right? And I have a fear of certain groups or people, right? And my kids was playing with said groups of people, not knowing of my knowledge of them doing that. And I saw my kids say they're doing this. I'm using an example. This is not. I'm using an example to teach something. This is an example. And I see them playing with certain groups of people who I don't approve of. I'm not going to. That person who's the mom isn't going to say anything till they're done playing. Till those kids are done playing. So when those people make up those stupid lie to you when they say, when I was a kid and I was playing with certain groups of people, their parents walked out to me and said something to me. They didn't say anything. They're lying. They are lying to you. If it's something like 1960, 1940, then I can probably believe them. But people of now these days who knows that if you say certain things to certain people of a certain like race and time, best believe, and if you're not the right skin color, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose everything, and no one wants to deal with you because you're being rude and evil. You know what I'm saying? To that oppressed group. So whoever is telling you that today is lying to you. Unless they're past 80, the age of 80. They're usually lying and just saying that just to get some type of sympathy points. They're lying to you. I'm telling you now. And you can literally tell that they're lying. If you listen to their story long enough, they're lying. Because that is not how it works. Because most people, especially white, pretty much knows if they say certain things to certain people, they will lose their everything. Usually. And if they're someone of power, status, or anything like that. I think white people are at least clever enough not to say something as stupid as that to, lose their job and everything. I'm saying not all white people are that smart, but then I'm saying not all of them are that stupid either. Hey, sorry for getting on so late. Oh no, it's perfectly fine. Wait, you sounded like you was on traffic. I like how you said there was a storm. No, I'm pretty sure like the Wi-Fi went out or something, so I get it. But yeah, but the point, what I'm saying is that when anyone says they're a certain phobe, right? And you and if you listen to their story and they said, "Oh, that person's a phobe because he said those people shouldn't get those type of rights." That's not a phobe. That is not a phobe. We're using that definition wrong. Either he's just rude. That's it. Or not being sensitive to their situation, but then again, he's not a phobe. A phobe is someone who tries to avoid something at all costs. I have never seen someone who has arachnophobia and be running at the spider trying to destroy it. If anything, they're usually asking someone else to destroy it. That's usually what a phobe is. That's literally the definition of what that is. Not trying to engage. The whole point of a phobia is not to engage. Most 95% of the time, you don't engage with the thing that's causing you some type of phobia. We're using that wrong based on I took psychology for a reason. That was my major, and I had to learn how words work, and that shit was so annoying. And they use it wrong all the time in the media and social media all the time. But if you try to correct them, they're just gonna call you a phobe and run off because they don't want to be corrected. That's usually what that is. Oh yeah, catphobia is a fear of chairs. Yeah. Wow. Damn. What causes that? Like they falling backwards or the chair falling, like breaking under them? Is that what Is that the fear comes from? So they don't sit in the chair, they sit on the floor. Okay, what I'm talking about. Okay, we was talking about phobias because I forgot how we segue into this. I think we was talking about art, but it ended up being something else. So what I was explaining is that phobias, a lot of people tend to use the term wrong, no matter what it is. The word phobia, let's look it up real quick, just so I don't sound like I'm talking crazy. Phobia is anxiety disorder defined as a persistent, excessive fear of an object or situation. Phobias technically result in a rapid offset of fear and usually for more presents for more than 6 months. It could be genetic. Oh, that's weird. I didn't know that was one. It could be genetic or environmental factors. Fears of objects or situation, temporary exposure, counseling, and medication. Irrational fear of aversion to something, right? Oops. Okay, so like, let me see. Like it's horror, terror, fear. You know what I'm saying? I want to say the word. I think the word hatred should be taken out of that, or even loathing. Um, I don't think that makes much sense. I don't think the word hatred, but then again, fear and hatred is pretty synonymous in some situations. But hold on. Excuse me. So like usually when someone has a phobia of something, they usually try to avoid something. Like a perfect example of like a fear or a phobia is like go up to someone that you know who is doing something that they shouldn't be doing, or they're aware of something they shouldn't be doing, and you point out to them, they're going to find every excuse under the sun of why they don't want to deal with that thing. So it could be like a family issue, a social family issue, being like, okay, like say you have that one friend who's being used by their friends and they don't say anything type stuff. They don't really want to like, um, they don't want confrontation, and I think the term for that is called assessive avoidant. That's I think the right term in psychology terms. It's called if I remember right based on my studies, it's called assessive avoidant. So this is a person who depends on the fact that they don't want any confrontation, so they rather sit in silence um, than say absolutely nothing, because they know or they believe that if they say something against the current narrative of whatever's going on in their situation, there's some type of wrath that'll come behind it. Which I'm not saying they're wrong, depending on their situation, but allowing people to take advantage and depending on what that situation may be could be bad, could end up really bad for you in the long run if you let it transpire and keep going. I might have that, but not scared of the wrath. Or it doesn't have to be wrath at say. When I say word wrath, it doesn't have to be like a physical altercation. It could be just the rejection. Could be the wrath. It's like said before. It's like the holes. It could be a bug in the hole. It could be a box in the hole. Just the fact that the hole a bunch of holes are there could give you a sense of uneasiness, or it could be rejection. It could be um, just the fact that you said anything feels like a burden to everyone. You might feel like a burden to everyone, even if you didn't say anything wrong. Even if the person didn't even respond negatively, and they said, "Oh," like for instance, you could be like with your friends, and your friends are saying, "Oh, we're hungry. Let's go get food," right? And you didn't say anything. You didn't really. You just went with them, and the fact that they're getting food and they all bought food but you didn't, because you didn't even say you was hungry. They asked you hey, aren't you gonna get food? Instead of saying no, I'm not hungry, you go get food because you don't want to cause a trouble. Because that's how bad that can get. And it's not like they did anything. It's just the fact that you don't want to go against the grain, and that could be a problem. Let me see. Long off-topic narrative. Get to the point. So like the point is that the point is phobias don't usually mean someone who's trying to do something. It's usually someone who's trying to avoid. But we use it wrong, and social media has conditioned most of you kids to believe that, or some of you, well, not necessarily kids, not the word kids, but like believe that if someone does something to a certain group of people, they're a phobe. That's not true. They're just an evil person. We just use phobe because it's a quicker way to just like describe what they're doing when that's really not what that is. We tend to use that term wrong, obsessively or abhorrently, actually. Nah, bro. I like talking about this. It keeps people paying attention. But anyway, this man likes it. Our takes are that are spicy. You're funny. But yeah, the whole point. Oh, let me get back. What are you saying? Fuck. Hold on.
It makes sense to be afraid of poisonous insects or hungry tigers. But what about fear when there is
No
no
obvious
clear,
danger.
obvious
Yeah.
danger? For instance, a teddy bear with
With
a
teeth.
full set of human teeth, or a smile.jpg. There's something a little off about these images, too much mystery and strangeness. But no obvious threat, the way there is with a gun or a falling rock. But yet they still incite fear because they are creepy.
You would buy them for me.
Why? What gives us the creeps? What causes something to be creepy?
Okay.
We are now in my bedroom I grew up in Kansas. Like a lot of children my age, I was terrified of scary stories to tell in the dark.
Why?
But the very first book that ever scared me was The Curse of the Squirrel. To this day, I still
The
haven't
curse of the
finished the
what?
book, but that's just me. Psychologist
Wait, whoa.
James
Back up.
Gear still haven't was The Curse of the Squirrel.
Oh, that's
To
real.
this day, I still haven't finished the book, but that's just me. Psychologist James Gear developed the Fear Survey Schedule 2, which he used to find out what scared us
The
the most.
most.
Combined with the results of a more recent Gallup poll, these are the things that scare most of us the most. All of these things are scary, but are they creepy? Let's get more specific.
What's the
I
difference?
love the way Stephen King delineates three types of scary stuff. The first is the gross out. This is something disgusting, morbid, diseased. The second is horror. Horror to King is the unnatural, a giant spider, or being grabbed in the dark when you thought you were alone. The third, terror, is different, creepier. He says terror is coming home to find that everything that you own
It's gone.
has been replaced with an exact copy.
Wait, what?
Terror is
How
feeling
does that?
something behind you.
Wait. Terror is coming home knowing that all your stuff was replaced. I don't think that's a very weird inconvenience, but like no, if they replace the computer, I'll be fucking pissed, but I don't think I'll be in terror. Because I'm pretty sure the computer doesn't have the same shit I had on the previous one. Like that part, I don't. Let me see. Heck yeah, spicy. Also the best. Thank you. I think creepy gives you an uneasy feeling, while scary makes you want to get away quickly. I'm not gonna argue with that. I think that makes sense. I'm not gonna argue that. That makes sense. As long as it still works. Yeah, as long as it still works. Yeah, as long as it still works. One, it's working, and two, my shit is not like if it's replacing like the TV, I don't give a fuck. If it replaces like the remote, that's not a loss. But if it's like my computer, my Xbox, and or like something that has like memory that can be just replicated, like my artwork, I'll be fucking pissed.
Its breath on your neck, knowing.
Granted, both makes you want to remove yourself from the environment. The other is more urgent. Okay, it's like more quickly. The other one's just annoying. Okay.
You will be grabbed, but then turning around to find that there was never anything there.
Mm-hmm.
In the first place. Not a lot of research has been done on that feeling, the creeps. But many theories and ideas involve vagueness, ambiguity. For instance, masks and why clowns are creepy. Claude Lévi-Strauss wrote that the facial disguise temporarily eliminates from social intercourse the part of the body which reveals personal feelings and attitudes.
I know this varies between people when it comes to clowns, but as a kid, I never had that feeling towards clowns. I never even felt creeped out by a clown, even when the clown was being creepy. I always kind of thought that's how that thought, not always, but depending on what clown you're dealing with, I felt like every clown is like pretty much the same because because when I think of it, I think like clown. When I think the word clown, I think kids, like a kids thing, like something for kids, right? So I'm not gonna think something devious beyond that. But I know that's different from anyone because I have one friend who has she is definitely scared of fucking clowns. Um, she is scared of that shit like no one like probably more than the girlfriend when she was scared of fucking spiders. But like it was bad. I remember I sent her a video of something, and it just happened to have a clown in it. It wasn't even about the clown. It had a clown in it, and she was so fucking livid at me. She sent me a whole like fucking like a page of why would you send me this? Not knowing, I did not know she was scared of fucking clowns. That what made it really awkward. I said I did not know, and she's like, "Oh, I thought I told you." I was like, "No, you didn't fucking tell me that. I did not know. If I didn't, I would have never sent you the fucking clown or the video with the clown in it. It was only about a clown. It just happened to have a clown passing by." And she lost her shit. I was like, "Oh God." I was scared of clowns. Okay, I was scared of clowns when I was a kid. Clowns are kind of creepy, but not as bad. Then again, I don't think a lot of kids who know who Pennywise was at the time. Oh, so at the time when you were scared of clowns, you saw you watched the It was it TV series? Was it a TV series you was watching at the time, or you're talking about the movie? I'm thinking you're talking about the TV series that came on back in the day, the '80s version. I'm thinking that's what you're referring to. Adults are actually scared of clowns. I have a friend too that was scared of clowns. Okay, is she scared of McDonald? I wouldn't be surprised if she was scared of Ronald McDonald. To be honest, she says she's scared of clowns. So anything that resembles
or happy mask can be creepy may have to do with ambiguity. A mask hides the true emotions and intentions of the person underneath. I don't know if the person wearing that mask is a threat or not. Vagueness is creepy when it comes to the human form.
See, now this is the thing about the whole mask metaphor. This is where it goes down a slippery slope when we're referring to race, because people who are certain ways with certain races will say, um, may have certain assumptions, and I don't think that's wrong. I don't think it's wrong to have certain assumptions about certain stereotypes. I think that's totally normal. You can't just resolve everyone just because they're not doing anything. You can make an assumption, but to think that assumption on every single person is probably insane. But it's not off if it's a stranger because you don't know who that stranger is, right? But then again, this is where the slippery slope comes in because even if you don't like outright make an assumption, just to go by because I don't want to come off as a certain R word is kind of dumb. Now, you don't know what people are about and you don't know what everyone is. But then again, it's not wrong to make assumptions either. But just to think that assumption is based on fact is insane too. You should always walk with everything with a form of caution. That's it. But don't think that caution could be wrong either. A lot of people tend to get this freaked out. And then when you say things like this, people tend to spin it in a way that you're saying, oh, be the certain R word because you don't know. That goes both ways. You wouldn't walk into a creepy house assuming that it's just a non creepy house. It's the what was it the term? It was the I don't know if the snake is poisonous, so therefore I'm not going to try touch it. That's what that metaphor is, and that's a very logical metaphor. Just because all snakes are not poisonous doesn't mean you should pick up one to see if it isn't. You know what I'm saying? See, you see how that works? It's just you're just not going to do that. If you're a sane person of sound mind, you're not going to go and pick up a snake just to prove you're not a certain R word. It's insane. Let me see. The old one was scary. Okay. Reminds me of that time where DreamWorks did a test screening with a bunch of kids watching the first Shrek movie, and all the kids were scared and crying because the models were uncanny. I heard of that. I heard of that study. I don't know it was a study, but it was a test screening, I think it was. But I heard of that. The kids said that Shrek was scary looking. He was unbecoming. He was not friendly looking. They made him feel scared. Like it was a weird. I heard of that. Vaguely heard about that, but I don't know how true that was. I think you're the only person who actually mentioned that. Now, when you once you mention that, it just kind of jogged my memory on that. I can see how Shrek can be scary. Yeah, he can be scary depending on how you look at him. But like, well, it's hard to say he's scary now because like he's a fucking walking, talking meme now, and also one of the most beloved characters of all time. But I'm just saying, like, I can just imagine when kids didn't know who Shrek was, or when Shrek even became a thing, it must have scared the bejesus out of them. I wonder if they still have that test screening still now on YouTube. I wonder if that's a thing. Should look that up later. But that is interesting. I would like to actually watch that. I'm into psychology shit. I like listening to like Jordan Lee Peterson and different people of psychology and listening to their points and takes and their point of views, their oppositions and stuff. I like listening to that stuff when I'm working. I don't even like listening to music half the time. I'm not even kidding. Half the time when you guys have me streaming and I'm playing music, I wouldn't even prefer music. I'd rather listen to something intellectual as I'm watching, as I'm listening. I'm usually listening to Jordan Lee Peterson and his take on like life and marriage and social constructs and stuff like that. I'm usually listening to that. I never really listen to like anime music. I only put up that setting because, well, I'm doing anime drawings, and a lot of people associate that will think anime music if I'm gonna play music. Sometimes they'll play American music, but not all that time. But like that's usually what happens. Erase this leg. It's looking fucking weird. But yeah, I'm usually listening to like something intellectual, so I'm not being drowned out with a bunch of fucking music in my head. I was like, you don't really learn, and it keeps me engaged, so it keeps me up too. Because like, especially if I'm listening to something about like opposing sexes, like how men complain about certain girls don't let them, won't date them because they're too much of a nice guy, type shit. Like that's funny to me. I sometimes find that funny. I can understand where they're coming from that take, where certain girls won't date certain guys because they're too nice. And I think that term isn't too far off. I don't think girls doesn't like guys who are not nice. I think girls like guys who are being genuine. And the only time they know guys are genuine is when they're broken. I think that's where the problem comes in. And usually most of these girls are broken individuals too. Most cases, not all, but usually most of them are broken in some form, dating wise. Um, and they really don't know what a good man is because they are not exposed to that. So they're just assuming what a good man is based on looks and just overall personal interest at the time and what's considered cool and what's considered attractive. So like I think, but biologically, most women want men who are like really. They won't say it, and I don't know why. They won't say it, but most women do like men who are stoic. pretty stoic half the time. That whole toxic masculinity thing is a front just to keep men in check, so they don't really like it stops men from actually being critical on female actions most cases or misbehavior. Um, because if men were to do the same thing as women, they wouldn't be as praised for most of the stupid shit they say or do. But that goes both ways. So like, I suggest if you're gonna point out someone's faults, your faults should be pointed out too. It's only fair. I think that's only fair in my book. I think that's only fair. If I'm gonna call out what women do, you should call out what men do too. It's only fair. I don't think it makes sense to just point out well, everything that women do and see if you're somehow contributing to it. And I think majority of the time what women say and do isn't all that smart, but then again I understand why, because men tend to, or a certain group of men, not all, certain group of men tend to uh excuse their behavior. And this is where we get the simps and the people who pay for OnlyFans. That's what I'm saying. So as long as men who pay for OnlyFans, women will do the shit they do, and then the nice guys thing will still keep going. And then one thing I don't trust, you guys may not believe me on this, you may even go against me on this, but the number one thing I do not trust is a male feminist. I do not trust male feminists. Most of them, if you listen to them long enough and watch them close enough, they're not even there for females. Usually they're there to, for other, reasons, but it's not usually for female empowerment. It's not for female beneficial situations. It's usually for their own tasks, and we all know what I'm talking about here. Um, Usually, I do not trust male feminists half the time. They're usually a snake in the grass against women and men at the same time. Usually, not all, but usually. There are some males who are actually female male feminists, and some of them actually believe in that cause, and that's fine. But majority that usually overtakes this stereotype is that it's not a dude who's for females at all. It's usually for a dude who's usually a man who's lacking somewhere, and because he's not willing to work on himself, he'll just agree with everything women say, and then this is where the whole sometimes the talk comes from with the idea of uh, women only want men who are broken and X, Y, and Z type talk, and I don't know why they won't go out with me because I support their cause. Maybe stop supporting their cause. Now, when I say stop supporting their cause, I'm not saying be mean to them, because a lot of people tend to take that backwards too. Uh, I'm not saying this, not be mean to them. Don't do that, because that doesn't help. It's like going up to a cop and being mean to cops and expecting them to still save you. What the hell? That makes no sense. What you should do is like, okay, probably stop going for their cause, work on yourself, talk to a girl you're into, or guy, or whatever. Let's just say girls. Let's just focus on that. You talk to a girl that you really interested in. Be mindful of her situation, yours, and don't be hypocritical. Right? Try to be a because the more self-aware you are, the more likely you won't make a mistake, or you won't make stupid takes. You have to apply what you're saying to yourself. So if you make a metaphor, please be sure you're putting yourself in the situation just as much as the people you're using the metaphor against or for. That's what I'm saying. That's all. It's simple as that. It's not that hard to grasp this, usually. It's not that hard. So if you're going to complain about women, see what's causing them, or at least understand what's causing them to not pick you. And maybe they're not picking you because if you listen to women long enough, you might figure out the pattern. Maybe some of them might say the way you dress, maybe your hygiene shit, maybe I don't know, you're not that smart, maybe you don't make enough money. And if you're going to for actually the money part shouldn't even be in there for both sexes. It should be mainly for who you are as a person. But I understand why some will add money in there because, you have to be adult. because no matter how nice of a person you are, if you don't have like funds to help yourself, you're not gonna be able to help her when situations get tough. And when I say help her, I'm not saying pay for her fucking phone bill or some shit like that. That's her problem. I'm talking about if you both was in like a bind or a situation, and let's say you're living together or you're married or whatever the case may be, and say you had an accident at work and you have to go to the hospital, right? But your work doesn't cover medical and you have to pay that out of the wazoo. It would really suck if you're both working individuals and you don't have enough to help yourself, or at least part of that, and she has to do all the work to help you. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Not you paying for her to go get food. That shit's stupid. She can pay for her damn self. We're both adults here. If you choose to pay for her, that's perfectly fine. Nothing's wrong with that. But for her to expect you just to pay for the sake of paying would probably defeat her whole feminist narrative. But you don't think that too long. They never think that far. It's just when it's really convenient. But it is what it is.
The famous uncanny valley. On a chart of humanness, there's a zone where something can be almost entirely human, but off by just a little. Not so wrong that it's clearly fake or
I
funny,
am
or so
doing.
good.
Oh my god. I am doing a drawing based on a soap for one of my mods. Um, of a Genshin Impact character. So I'm making an original Genshin Impact character based on her soaps. That's it. Nothing more. It's not of a fan art. It's original shit I'm doing. So
A little, not so wrong that it's clearly fake or funny, or so good that it's indistinguishable. Instead, it's just
oh Jesus Christ. I didn't look at the face, so I looked at the face. I was like, oh, it's a cosplay. I was like, oh shit. Oh my god. Bruh. Bruh. Look at that face. That is scary, bruh. What did they do to Aerith? I know. What did they do to a girl? Aerith! Aerith, no! Oh, Aerith, no! They took you again. Sephiroth kills you, and now they kill your face. Oh. Oh, Aerith.
troubling. The
Oh
creepiness of
god,
Uncanny
they got
Valley is
closer.
wonderfully demonstrated
Jesus
by John
Christ. Hold
Bergeron's
on, let me...
Singing Androids.
Oh,
Watch these
yes!
videos when you're alone.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
A similar uneasy feeling comes from Shay St. John, a character created by Eric Fournier, funny to some, nightmare uncanny humans, like all creepy
I'm
things.
sorry, I remember I saw that video. I forgot. I think it was through Chills. I don't know. I had this weird phase back in the early 2010 when I would watch a bunch of Chills. I'm pretty sure most of you know who that is. Chills is YouTube video of all his creepy ghost shit, right? And I think this was one of them, and it was funny as fuck. It's this dude who's in like this mask, and he's like dressed like a woman or something, but he has this obscure mask or some shit like this. Like it's this guy, and he'll do this random shit. Like he'll do this. It was super fucking funny. I people found that creepy. I found that hilarious. I died watching this. I watched this like 5 times as a kid. Like when I was in, I think I was in 2000. I think I was still in high school at that time. Um, I died like listening to it. It was so funny.
Similar uneasy feeling comes from Shay St. John, a character created by Eric Fournier, funny to some, nightmare fuel
For me,
to
it was Matthew
others.
Cilantro.
Uncanny
Ah,
humanoids, like all creepy
Sotaro.
things, straddle a line between two regions that we can understand and explain with language. Francis T. McAndrew and Sarah Koenke describe being creeped out as an adaptive human response to the ambiguity of threats from others.
Ah,
Creepy things are kind of a threat, maybe, but they're also kind of not. So our brains don't know what to do. Some parts respond with fear, while other parts don't, and they don't know why. So instead of achieving a typical fear response, horror, we simply feel uneasy. terror creeped out. Between the mountains of safety
The bald guy?
and danger,
Yeah.
there is valley of creepiness, where the limits of our knowledge and trust and security aren't very clear. Will looking at this cause you to die 1 week later? Impossible, right?
Oh yeah, I remember back when my fucking cousin fucked with me. She did this thing where she okay, so this is when I was not really up on the internet, when the internet was still kind of like Xbox Live just came around like a few months later, like 360. She did this thing to me where she fucking asked me to go upstairs, go on the computer. She took me upstairs, go on the computer. She typed in my name, typed in my age. She typed in my date of birth, everything, into some fucking website. And it told me exactly when I'm going to die. And as a kid, you know, you're impressionable. That shit bothered me so goddamn much. I actually took that seriously when she showed that, and I was freaking out because I had that concept like death wasn't like a thing to me as a kid. Like, you know how kids think like death is not like only happens to people who are either bad, or it happens to people who just made a fucking mistake or some shit like that. And like, you live forever as a kid. You just don't need to grow old, or you don't have to like do bad things. You won't die or some shit, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, when I was a kid, she did this shit where she put all that shit in the computer, made me think I was going to actually die in 2013. Because it told us in 20, because they put up a far, like, 10 plus years type thing. I think at the time, how old was I? I was like, what, 13? 13? No, it was supposed to be in 2013. It was supposed to be this year. She said I was supposed to die this year. I think I was 13. No, not 13. I was fucking like 9 or 10. Yeah, I was like 9 or 10. I was impressionable as fuck. But like, she made me think that, and I was so pissed off because I was like, it was fucking with me for months. Because I felt like nothing had any meaning anymore, because like, I was gonna pass away anyway. So what I was gonna do? That shit bothered me so much, and I realized how that shit was wrong, because when I typed in, I remember my fucking cousin, my other cousin, did the same thing, and they put in my uncle's like uh same like information in the same website. He said he was supposed to die in 20 uh like in '06 on March. It passed that time. And I was fucking pissed. I was so pissed that that shit was fucking with me the entire time. But it was fake. It was fake. I believe that the world was going, yeah, we all believe that the world was going to end, because that's how much the Hollywood and the media really had us wrapped around their finger at the time. Because they had that fucking movie 2012, and it was like all these bad things were supposed to happen, right? Like, they got us like twice, because the Mayan thing, they said the Mayan calendar is going to tell us when the world's going to end. Like, that shit was stupid. We listened to people who was in the trees, in wearing loincloths, and believed that there was a god in the sun. And we all ran with that. And we made a movie on it. And nothing happened. Shit, it should have happened. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Given how life is now, we won't have to deal with TikTok. Shit. But, you know, the cinematic at the end of the Assassin's Creed Revelations, where it showed the world ending. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. That made me so mad. It made me so mad. I believed in that crap that she taught me, that showed me, and she knows she was fucking with me. I hated her for a good while too, because I actually believed it, and I was so depressed for like months, and it bothered me so much as a kid. I fell for it too. My dumbass actually listened to her shit, and I was like, I hated the fuck out of her for like a good while. My naive ass literally listened to her shit. But this is what happens why you don't. This is why kids are not allowed, should not be allowed to make adult decisions, because they can be easily manipulated pretty easily, and fall in this situation pretty fast. That shit made me mad. Not just having just conversating.
Maybe that's the terror of ambiguity. This game,
On.
you're not ready for it.
This fucking game they keep pushing. I don't know why.
We don't do well with ambiguity. When it involves our own intentions,
motherfucker
it
bit
can
me
make us
again.
lie. And when it involves danger but no recognizable threat, it can make us think and feel some pretty weird things. Have you ever peered over a ledge, a railing, way high up, like so high up it made you nervous and dizzy, and felt something?
Yeah, it was an older cousin.
Maybe even an
Straight up.
urge to jump.
She was 4 years older than I was. So if I was 10, she was 14. Fucking asshole. And she knew she was fucking with me. That shit made me so angry. And what bugs me is not that the fact that she got me. It's not the fact that I thought I was gonna die. It was the fact that I believed her shit. That what bugs me. That's the part that bugs me the most. That what annoyed the hell out of me. Cause I fell for that shit. But I was a kid, so it was like, I'll excuse it, but like it's still not. Still gets my goat sometimes. That shit always annoyed the hell out of me. She got me good, and it was like, whatever. Anyway, let me see.
The loved one, and realized that you could push them. It would be that easy.
Look. Oh, here it is. This is the thing I mentioned.
A ledge, a railing.
Yes, the ledge thing. Okay, this is where...
Maybe that's the terror of ambiguity. We don't do well with ambiguity. When it involves our own intentions, it can make us lie. And when it involves danger but no recognizable threat, it can make us think and feel some pretty weird things. Have you ever peered over a ledge, a railing, way high up, like so high?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
High up it made you nervous and dizzy, and felt
to jump,
something
push you, yeah.
Maybe even an urge
to jump.
Yeah. Have you ever stood on a ledge with a loved one and realized that you could push them? It would be that easy. You really could do it. And maybe you do want to do it, or maybe it's just cognitive dissonance. The fact that your brain is having to deal with ambiguity. A recent study by Jennifer Hames at Florida State University dubbed this the high place phenomenon. When approaching a ledge and a dangerous drop, your survival instinct kicks in and you pull yourself away. But your balance and motor systems don't get it. Nothing is pushing you, and you don't normally fall or leap randomly. So what's going on? The part of your brain that processes intention might resolve this by determining that
today we call this intrusive thoughts, exactly.
something must be pushing you, or that you might actually want to jump or push your friend, even if none of that is true. Now, we're not done with ambiguity yet, because our language reflects the gray area of terror and creepiness. Take a look at the word terror itself. We have horrible and horrific.
Okay.
Terrible and terrific.
Huh.
Why is that? Well, through history, we never really figured out what to call powerful experiences, because they're both. They are full of awe, awesome, and they are full of awe, awful.
Oh, okay.
We need them to survive. We need fears and the creeps to understand our size, our weaknesses. But on the other hand, avoiding them is pretty great too. The creeps is a physical reminder that the world is vague and full of ambiguity, but that we are cunning, always trying to figure things out, but nonetheless fragile. Is that terrible or terrific? Well, it's both, which, as a creepy ghost would say, is kind of boom. And as
Okay, that was
always,
cringe.
thanks for watching.
That was cringe, Mike, but thank you. That was fucking cringe, but okay. Beautiful. That was fucking cringe. Sorry, I could. I had to say it. It was just like it was kind of annoying. I'm sorry. I had to say it. It was that bugged the shit out of me. Oh god. Okay. It's gonna be fucking funny if I make this drawing. This drawing becomes viral somehow, which I don't think it will. And then someone and fucking Genshin Impact creators started making something very similar to what I made here for a character design. They will have to fuck. I swear to God, I will make a stink like no one's business. I will be up in their shit. I will send them message. They will block me. I'll make several accounts and bother them on Twitter. I don't care. I'll do it. The intrusive thoughts is real, bro. I would do it too. I'm like, you guys took my idea, you bastards. How dare you? You will know the wrath of the Artextrist and what's wrong with you. How dare you? Didn't compensate me? How dare you? I will contact Hero Hey. I will contact It's a Gundam. I'll contact everyone and anything that's close to a commentary YouTube creator and let them know my story. I'll let them know my story. Yes, I'll let them know exactly, Bri. I'll let them know. And shit, I want demands too. I'm gonna be those victims who I'm gonna be a victim. I survived. When I survived MiHoYo, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna make a book. I'll cry. I'll bitch. I'll moan. I'll even I'll make up stuff that wasn't even there. I say I have schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying? Just like make all the lies. Make all the lies just to get back at me. Oh, yo, give me my money, bro. I want my I need to be paid. I just ruined it for everyone. That point. Oh man. Oh man. I swear. My connection is more stable. Yay. Hey, home. I swear to God, I'll ruin it for every potential victim before me. Listen to Dave Chappelle. Listen to Dave Chappelle. You're ruining your situation. Don't do it. You're doing it wrong. Don't listen. Oh god, that should be funny. You crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. You really just took y'all just took my idea from me. How dare you? And you know it was a bit original, but like damn, you guys did not want to pay. I think if I remember right, was it Magic the Gathering did this same shit? They took the no. It was Raid Shadow Legends. They did something similar. They took some person's idea and used it in their game without giving any type of I think some of you may know this. They used someone's idea for a game. I think it's here. Wait, Raid. I'm exposing the people who sponsor me. Stole These fuckers. Did they pay the person not to talk anymore? I'll say controversy. Controversy. It was a controversy. This is garbage. Rachel, the biggest sponsor hates me now. We don't pay. Charlotte lies. Charlotte. The fuck is it? Need Joker fail. Mobile game fraud. I'll find it. I'm gonna find this. I'll find it soon. I'll find it, but I can't find it now. I'll find it. It was something. I forgot what it was. COD also plagiarized. Oh yeah, it was. I think it was plagiarized. It was a plagiarism. It was PAG. Number one secret. Wow, I remember that I heard this. They said they took someone's idea. Huh. Did they pay off the person? They probably did. Conspiracy is true. Huh. I think it was Hero Hey. Hero Hey. Can't find it. Unless they paid off the person? Huh. I think that's what they did. I think it was COD because it happened with COD and it's crazy. Let me see. Let me look that up. Play. Oh. The truth. That's the Nick's Merc situation. Call of Duty Vanguard. Blatantly play. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm good. My watch beat you to it.
Wow, that's rude. That is rude. That's fucked up. Why would we do that? Man.
Plagiarism, an all too familiar topic in the gaming landscape. So this right here is the Artstation page of one Sale Lin, who uploaded the following artwork back in December 22nd, 2019, 2 years ago. And right here you can see the artwork.
Is that an actual dog? Or is this a mask?
In question, it's this Doge humanoid hybrid, a medic soldier of sorts.
Young out. So yeah, I watch him too. Cool. I follow him. Wait. Oh, that's on my other account. I'll follow him here too. But I do follow him.
Apparently, an artist who was working on Call of Duty Vanguard also found.
You'd be surprised. Most of the shit I watch, you guys probably watch too. I'm not even gonna kid. I'm not fucking around. I watch like a lot of shit, but
art to be compelling as
yeah, the design looks amazing. But I can't tell if it's supposed to be like an actual hybrid dog humanoid thing, or is it supposed to be a mask?
And turned into an official skin, as explained here by Salin himself, who tweeted the following: I have to explain this matter. Call of Duty Vanguard, Samoy skin plagiarism. This is a tweet that's already garnered over 30,000 likes, having gone viral, and these images present the situation. Starting with the first one that has a statement that reads, "Hello everyone, I am Salin. I'm the original artist that the upcoming Call of Duty Vanguard Samoy..."
I actually do like the design too. It looks pretty badass.
Skin was plagiarized from.
You know what? It gives me a vibe between like fucking. What was the game? I don't know why. It gives me the vibes of like Shit. What was that game called? Monster Hunter for some odd reason. I don't know why.
I only just found out at the time of the announcement that my work was plagiarized. Even though I'm also a Call of Duty player, I'm very disappointed to see my work being plagiarized by a big company like Activision in this
Wow,
way.
that's fucked
I've
up,
reached
bro.
out to Activision for an explanation and or
They didn't say
compensation,
anything.
and hopefully the situation will be settled soon.
They didn't say
As an
anything.
individual artist, I can only do so much, and I have to speak out about this to stop things like this happening again in the future, which is, of course, well within the rights of an artist who has been wronged, whose work has, in fact, been stolen,
Okay.
and especially in a landscape where this unfortunately happens a bit too commonly. And right down here, you can see a side by side comparison between Salen's artwork and the skin that was set to be included in Call of Duty Vanguard. I mean, the points of comparison here are pretty blatant in their similarity. This is straight up just a blatant ripoff of this artwork. Alongside that image, Salen also shared this screenshot showing what the Loyal Samoyed skin looks like in game. And then beyond that, you've got this screenshot of Ravensoft's.
They blatantly really took this from this person. Are you serious? Did they really do this? Did they really said, okay, I'm gonna just? It's not even like it's not even like a major deviation. It's just exactly how it is. The only true deviation they put was the two little like marks on the face. Wow, these people have no shame. That is disgusting. Bro, that is not cool. They did even really. Yeah, they didn't change it at all. Damn.
Official website.
I'll be. Oh, bro, you don't want me as your enemy.
Features the plagiarized work in this blog post, highlighting some patch notes for upcoming content and updates. There's even footage online showing what the Loyal Samoyed skin looks like. Here it is if you really want to take a close look at this skin model. Yeah.
Bro, it's exactly what it is. It's just, well, maybe they just changed the color, like, of the jet, but that's probably even optional. What the fuck? Bro, it's exactly what it is. No, you should compensate this person, bro. Compensate this person. This is fucked up. I don't know how old this video is, but compensate them. They need to fire the designer because it's obvious that they do. Yeah, they need to. I found there. Thank you, project. It turns out they stole a cosplayer's character or something. Oh, there you go. That was it. Thank you. I could not find it. Like, damn. Thank you. I appreciate that you took the time to do that. Thank you. They didn't even try to hide it. Yeah, they just like same company that treated employees bad, right? Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that could be any company because if we're talking about Blizzard, Activision, yeah, I wouldn't be there. But yeah. My God, bro, like what the hell? You know, shame.
Identical to what Salen came up with 2 years ago, before Call of Duty Vanguard was released. Now, it's worth noting that Activision and Call of Duty developers seem to have gotten wind of accusations of plagiarism, given that whereas before, if we go here on Wayback Machine, you can see that the official Ravensoft website featured the plagiarized work in this patch notes blog post. Now, if you go to the same page, that image
has been
changed to just this.
These people have no shame. What? Bruh. They have no shame. Oh my God.
The Terminator. So this is likely confirmation that this is a case of plagiarism and that Activision and Ravensoft are aware.
Bro, oh man, bro.
Of this and are taking action, especially given that we're seeing plenty of headlines surrounding this now. Here's a PC Gamer article published 2 days ago that reads, artist alleges Call of Duty plagiarized a military dog skin. And then beyond that, Polygon's coverage of this story highlights...
Bro, I tell you, this is why no one likes the fucking AI shit, because, like, think of it this way. If this is a company, billion-dollar company, billion, I don't give a shit how much they make more than the average consumer. Like, Jesus, if this is a company who's literally taking from smaller creators who don't really have much to them, just like this is why no one likes the AI idea, because this is irritating. This is, bro, this angers me, bro. This angers
A
me.
tweet from Raven's Twitter account from Wednesday that features the Samoyed skin is still up at the time of this writing.
Still
The
up.
developers has not publicly addressed the
Oh, this is 11 months ago, so I don't know if it was taken down, but this video.
That was as of the writing of
I didn't like COD before, but damn, this is bad. Yeah, this is bad, bro.
This article. If we try to go to that tweet now, you can see right here that the tweet has been deleted, once again highlighting that the developers and the publisher are aware of this situation and are taking measures to remove the plagiarized content.
Fuck the plagiarized content. Pay the person, bro. Why is it so hard to do that? Compensate them for their work. At least. Them hiding it is gonna. That doesn't mean anything, because okay, listen. If they stop showing it, fine. But how do we know if we're not gonna do it to the next person and then someone calls out, they're just gonna get rid of that too? You're not gonna pay the person? Why would I want to work for a company if they're gonna steal my shit anyway? This is why I will tell anyone who's trying to get into like the industry of like game industry as an artist or a game or anything. Do your own shit on your own, bro. Make your own shit. Don't even go to, like don't try, like, make your portfolio, go ahead. Don't get me wrong. But don't try to put all your eggs in these businesses, cuz they do not give a shit about you. They do not. And if they can use you, they will do it. So I would just make your own stuff. Just make your own shit and go independent as long as you can. Make your own, like, passive, I hate this term, passive income if possible on your own. Just do anything on your own. Young Rippa did it himself. He's a black guy who makes comic books. I think his comic is called Isom. Is Isom. I can't say it right. And he's doing just fine. Now I'm pretty sure he had to go through a lot of shit, and that's I'm pretty sure that comes with it. But not everyone's luck is the same. I understand. So you can't just compare him to your situation and expect him to get the same results. But I'm saying I would go independent as long as possible if you can fund yourself to do that, and just do your own thing. Don't even try to depend on these loser ass companies, because they have no shame, and because they have this whole AI thing going on, they don't care. They don't care. They are soulless corporations who just don't give a shit. Yeah, Ripperverse. There we go. The tweet is still up. My God.
From social media and also likely from the upcoming content update. This video right here showing the Samoyed skin notes that this is content that was set to release on August 3rd, 2022. Given that we're seeing the Samoyed skin being deleted from Ravensoft's official website, and given we're seeing tweets with the Samoyed skin getting deleted, I can only assume that that's a
Bringing out the best in your team is hard. Your people are spread out across 4 time zones on
skin that will no longer launch on August 3rd, because otherwise it would defeat the whole purpose of, trying to do damage control for the plagiarism. And what's especially frustrating artists about all of this is that this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In response to Salin's tweet, for example, Twitter user Fivel noted how this is somehow even more blatant than when Call of Duty ripped off Dan Luvisi's LMS artwork. And this continuing to happen within the Call of Duty franchise is just not a good look. Now, do I think that there's some grand conspiracy behind the scenes where the publisher and developers are planning together to intentionally plagiarize work? I don't think so. I think it's probably just one employee or one artist who decided to go rogue and decided to take the risk of plagiarizing somebody else's work.
No, this is where I would say, and this is what I've told students, if you're making original work, but it's not for a company, and you're making work that is original towards yours, or you're doing a portfolio that could be for, like, say, Call of Duty, Genshin Impact, whatever, I would, even if you're making work that you want to get hired for, I would copyright the shit out of your shit, so when they take your shit, you can go after them full force. You don't have to go to Twitter and say, "Oh, they took my stuff," and hope someone like Young Yeah to literally say something, because 9 times out of 10 they're not gonna say anything, because, well, they don't have time, or like, you're just one of many that he already talked about. So if I was you, anyone who wants to get into this industry at all, if you want to get hired, fine, whatever. But if I was you, I would do my damnedest to literally like get your shit copyrighted. Copyright your stuff. Copyright all your stuff. If you're thinking of posting it, copyright it. Now, I would say I don't have my stuff copyrighted, but then again, most of my stuff is based on like learning and just fan art. That's it. They're nothing to brag about. So I'm not that proud of my work that much to the point that I can go copyright it right now. And if I did, no one's taking it like that. Like, let's just be honest. But if it's like very good work that you can see professionally being used, copyright it. Copyright it. Don't wait. As soon as it's done, go copyright it. I think it's like $50 for like a certain amount of paper or digital stuff. You know, do that. You will thank yourself in the long run. So if shit like this happens to you, you can come at them full force to get your money back. You can get your money. You don't have to even hope that the internet gives a shit to even like say anything, because they're not going to say anything. Or if they do say anything, it's just going to be like a few people, if anything. If very lucky if anyone says anything. You know what I'm saying? So copyright your shit as best as you can. Try to be aware of what's going on in your situation so you don't get used like this person, because they're still using it. Because I'm pretty sure that person did not copyright that dog, that anthropomorphic dog that they made. Like, it's cool, don't get me wrong. It's amazing drawing. And I don't even like furry shit, but like the fact that they made that thing looks amazing. It looks amazing based on professionalism and how it looks and how it came out. I like it. I think Ian Bryce said he liked it. I like it. But you have to be aware of this type of shit that can happen to anyone. A lot of people don't think it's going to happen to them because they don't think their art is good enough. But it can happen to you at any moment. Once you're at that stage where you can make stuff that can look like it could be in a video game, start copyrighting your shit. Actually, I deleted the DLC of it after the accusation from... Wow! That's even more reason that they should pay you. Like, they should pay you, for real. Because, like, if that person didn't make a stink, they would have had it in there. No shit, I'm not kidding. If they didn't say anything, if the person didn't make a stink about it enough for these YouTubers and for it to go viral, they would have been using it, like, at this moment. Like, good for them, good for that person, for them taking it down and stuff, but that's not good enough. Companies need to know the wrath of what happens when you mess with the little guy. Like, there should be wrath that happens to these people. Like, I don't, like, I get it. I know having money and going to court is a pain in the ass, but when you have a shut, closed type court of, like, what is it called? Class action lawsuit, like a shut, closed type class action lawsuit, you can make crazy ass money from that. And I'm not saying it's just for the money, it's the integrity, it's the literal principle. So these people, whether it is $1 billion company, $1 trillion company, they'll think twice and say, maybe it's not a good idea if we take this from them. Even if the company didn't even initiate for that to happen, they'll double check, triple check their work before they even publish anything, so their employees don't go rogue and do some stupid shit like this. So I don't think they are still using it. They may not, but they need to know the wrath of what happens when you steal.
And nobody knew about it until it was too late, until it was pointed out. But it doesn't change the fact that this keeps happening, that this is still frustrating, and that there is a lack of quality assurance, if you will.
Yes.
When it comes to plagiarism and how that seems to be happening a little too often.
Oh my gosh, I apologize for it, but then admit to the plagiarism. What?
The development team.
What? 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 Oh, we're sorry. We're sorry that your thing was used, but we're not gonna say exactly what we're being sorry for. We're not gonna call it for what it is. We're just gonna say we're sorry. We apologize to you for this controversy.
To engage at this level.
You know, better yet, what they should do is two things. They should compensate you, and they should give you an opportunity to work for them. See how that works? That wouldn't that be better? I think. I don't know. That'd be probably worse. But then again, like, it's an option. Especially if you're struggling and you're trying to find work. It wouldn't kill you a job, you know? Yeah, they made an official statement apologizing, but stopped short at admitting it. Oh my god!
Plagiarism.
These
I
people!
don't know how they think people won't find
what
out.
the
It's
hell?
so obvious that it's bound to get noticed eventually. That's what gets me.
Money is money. Yeah, I said like money is money.
The degree to which they think
I would
get away with it,
at least
when
give
they
them the
change
option
up
if
the
they
whole
want to
order,
work.
if you will, so little. Another case that's been highlighted is this Call of Duty Warzone mobile Project Aurora logo that plenty of people have pointed out comes from Mobile Suit Gundam. Looking at the images highlighted
what?
here, you can see that the logo is featured in Project Aurora, and that same logo can be found on
Bro,
this Call of Duty
the logo's there.
Warzone mobile Project Aurora logo that plenty of people pointed out comes from Suit Gundam. Looking at the images highlighted here, you can see that the logo is featured in Project
it's right
Aurora,
there.
and that same logo can be found on this Gundam. And then aside from that, somebody else highlighted that Call of Duty has a bit of a history
come on now.
So this doesn't surprise me. Highlighting these two images, one of them, a tweet saying that with all the controversy surrounding Activision Blizzard, and it seems like they went and copied a frame from the opening of Goblin Slayer to promote a new anime pack in Cold War. Almost a one-for-one copy. What the hell, Activision Blizzard? And yeah, you can see right here, looking at the details of this eye, they added some stylistic filters on top of it, but that aside,
oh my god,
adjustments to differentiate, this image seems to have been derived from this frame right here. And then here's a screenshot of another tweet spotlighting plagiarism that has taken place within Call of Duty. Yep, Call of Duty Mobile on the left. The original.
They did! Look, it's frame by... Bro, someone just traced the shit. They traced the shit and changed the hair. Bruh, this is... No. No. No, we are fucking it up today! Intrusive thoughts! Intrusive thoughts!
If you compare them, it's pretty much the exact same model, the exact same face, the exact same drawing, except they changed the hair color and elongated it a little bit. And
this is what I said many times to students. I do not like using one reference. You get 4 different references and combine them as to one original fucking reference. Like, you don't have to use 4. You can use 3 or 2, but combine them and make them new. This is what happens when you use one reference and then you just copy them. You're better off not even you're better off not using the reference. You're better off just drawing it on your own. Why are you doing this? This is stupid. This is why I always say to students, if you're going to use reference, use several references and make something brand new. Don't use just one. The only reason why I only use one at a time is to show you guys and teach you about anatomy. But I'm not using it to play it off my work. I use it as a form of understanding anatomy, how to use it as proportions, how to place, how to understand, and all that stuff. That's what I do, and then I give you guys a whole synopsis of lessons and studies. Now, when I say studies, don't try to trace this shit and say this is studies. You can try that, and some people take that, but this is why when I do my work, I have you guys watch me do it, so you guys can't say I just literally, like, trace the shit. I don't believe in tracing. That shit is irritating, because it's a slippery slope. I understand some people learn through tracing, as they claim. I have one friend who said he learned from tracing. Me, I can't do that. I have to use my mind's eye. I have to look and observe back and forth using my literal brains, my head, my eye coordination to make what you're looking at look at least similar to what the hell you're looking at. Because in the long run, it will help your mind's eye be more confident in your work and your technical skills and how to evaluate the size and the proportions of drawing something, or at least understanding the concept of what you're doing by using your physical physical techniques and, you know, your mental brain to do X, Y, and Z. But when I do tracing, my brain is literally off and I feel bored. I can't do that. That's just me. I'm not saying no, you're evil for tracing, but I'm saying it's a slippery slope. I will not recommend it. It's too problematic because as soon as you start saying trace, people already write you off as fast as possible. So I would avoid using tracing. This is why you don't trace, and this is why I don't trace. It's just too much a slippery slope. People will think you're a hack. Don't bother.
And they changed the color of the attire to blue and added some design elements, changed the homework up a little bit. Those minor changes aside, though, these are quite literally...
You can tell this man is fully disappointed in these people. You could like the way he even sounds. Like he usually sounds down because it's usually bad news that's usually given, and I get why he does what he does. But like Jesus Christ, you can just hear it in him. Like this is just fucking. This is embarrassing.
Identical when looking at them side by side. Now, Call of Duty is not alone when it comes to cases of plagiarism. Recall that back in March of 2021, Magic
the Gathering! I remember it was Magic the Gathering! I knew it was Magic the Gathering! I also said it was Raid Shadow Legends. But Magic the Gathering did something similar with some card.
Was discovered to have plagiarized Magic the Gathering contract artists who copied fan art. I was overworked, but that's no excuse, said the plagiarist, admitting to...
What? Don't take the job then.
What they did, and this is one of those cases where it was extremely blatant that the plagiarism happened, given that the original artist did...
Bruh! Look! Bro. I'm not trying to sound too over the top, but Jesus Christ.
Where it was extremely blatant that the plagiarism happened, given that the original...
Look at this! Someone made a layer. This is the okay, this is the fan art. I think this is the no. I think this is the published one. This is the fan art, right? And someone used the ant feature on Photoshop or whatever program they use, and literally it's frame by frame.
Artists did straight up a...
The only thing they probably changed is the leg placement and the arm. That's it. Everything else exactly the same.
Not even a side-by-side, just layered the Magic the Gathering art on top of his art.
See, this is why I always say, if you guys think I'm tracing, you can literally, if you can tell someone's tracing, you can literally just crop out the drawing and try to align it with the drawing you're doing. You can see if it's traced or not.
And it's a perfect fit. Back in 2019, there was an incident in which an Elder Scrolls Online tabletop adventure was taken down after it was discovered that they plagiarized from Dungeons and Dragons. And then a few times there have been instances of video games plagiarizing from other video games, artwork and assets, and you name it. So right here, back in 2016, the Uncharted 4 trailer at one point contained artwork lifted from Assassin's Creed 4, which eventually led to...
Wait, whoa. You know it's bad. Bro, you know it's bad when other companies are ripping off from other companies. Uncharted 4 trailer contains artwork lifted from Assassin's Creed 4. Naughty Dog apologizes. Oh my god. You guys have no shame.
Naughty Dog apologizing.
Oh my god.
Again, I don't think it's some studio-wide grand...
So Ubisoft went off and just like plagiarized from Naughty Dog? Aren't you all like in the same? Aren't you all friends in a competitive space? Aren't you all like AAA friends? You guys couldn't just ask some of the people from like I don't know, because I know they do that. I know companies do that. They kind of like offsource some work to other companies to do work for them. They have like some of their employees do like freelance work for other companies for a certain percentage. Like what the fuck? You guys couldn't just ask someone from Naughty Dog? I guess they didn't want to use the money then.
And conspiracy to plagiarize is just one or two or a handful of individuals
That's
who decide
stupid.
to do it. It doesn't get caught until people start noticing it.
These are the bomb. And they're air popped, not fried.
When the material is made public, and that's when it becomes this big controversy that they have to do damage control around. Something similar happened with Stellaris back in 2019. Stellaris mobile beta pulled offline over stolen Halo artwork. Again, you have to wonder how plagiarists think stuff like this will fly, how they think that in this digital age where the internet
Yes, for real.
exists,
Yeah, for real. Like, you live in a digital age where everyone's up to destroy your situation. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you sit here and be like, you know, these people are too stupid. They're not gonna figure it out. It's not like this hasn't happened to other people before. Like, Jesus, dude, come on. Have some self-respect and some fucking brains. Like, Jesus. This type of stuff would probably have flied back in, like, the early 2000s because no one had to, like, have the time to, like, be doing shit like this. But, like, I'm telling you, if this was the early 2000s, 90s, this would have been perfectly fine. This would have fly on the radar with no issue whatsoever. But come on, bro. Or platform. Yes, this would have. Or platform. Yeah, it would have worked just fine. But on Twitter of all things, Twitter, where the homeless angry person lives, and looking for any victimization, anything that could conspire chaos and destruction, you would post it here. You suffering from something? Like, are you serious? That's crazy, bro. I can't. Like, you must be on some next level stupid for not to, like, not expect anyone not to figure that one out. There's millions of people on this thing. You don't think someone's gonna put some cognitive function to their brain and figure out, this doesn't make much sense? Like, come on, dude. You're just blatantly asking for it. Like, what the hell? This is why companies should be, I tell you.
Won't become a major story. And then last year, you may recall there was an incident surrounding Devil May Cry and Resident Evil with an artist claiming that photos were used without permission by Capcom.
Yeah, I remember that.
See, for example, a comparison showing the Resident Evil 4 logo using textures that were taken from a photo taken by the artist who accused Capcom of plagiarism.
Wow.
And plenty of similar examples are provided throughout. This became a whole...
I gave it to them. I don't know how you would figure that one out. I'm not gonna lie. If that was me and I saw that, I would not even think there was bro. That one would have passed under my radar. I'm not even gonna call.
Legal battle that did eventually settle on February 8th, 2022. Photographer Judy A. Juracek and Resident Evil developer Capcom have filed to dismiss the lawsuit regarding the use of Juracek's alleged stolen photographs in Capcom games. Details of the resolved dispute are not publicly available, so we don't know what kind of settlement they reached, but they eventually worked things out. The lesson here to plagiarists being, don't freaking do it. You are gonna get caught eventually. It might take some time for that information to begin to circulate and for people to connect the dots. But with the existence of the internet, it's damn near impossible to hide plagiarism, especially when you're working on a prominent game or if you're ripping things off of a prominent game. Chances are that if you take plagiarized work and put it into Call of Duty, one of the players may very well be that original artist. Or the artist may have a community who will point out the plagiarism, and the perpetrator will no doubt end up losing their job and probably have a stain in their resume that won't allow them to get hired as easily. That will make it significantly more difficult for other companies to trust them. So just don't do it. Plagiarism is not worth it. It's an incredibly scummy thing to do, to take somebody else's hard work and present that as your own. It's just something you're not bound to get away with. You'll likely get caught. And when you do get caught, it's going to be an embarrassment for you, for your peers, and it may very well sink your career. It's stupid, completely immoral, and shows a complete lack of integrity.
Yes.
And frankly, a lack of passion for your own work and your own self-value as an artist. If you feel the need to steal from somebody else instead of making something that's really yours that you can be proud of. And if you're a major publisher like Activision or a major studio working on a franchise as big as Call of Duty, you've got to do better about checks and balances that ensure stuff like this doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's easy to prevent plagiarism. It's impossible to just look at an artwork and go, oh, that's clearly plagiarized. You never know if something's plagiarized or not until people make that connection. But
and the thing is about this now, since we have AI, I think we have AI now that can detect if it's AI used or it's from someone else's work. You can literally, I think nowadays, can put the digital work into like an AI generator type thing, and it will tell you if it's from someone else's work. The fucking Grammarly does this. It, as they claim, that they use a technology where they will compare and contrast throughout the entire internet if your work is being used, or your work literally like compares exactly or even superly close, or superly close, that's a word now, superly close to like any other writer. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. Now I don't even think people can run away with that. I think right now, I think Valve is doing this very thing. It's deleting or getting rid of games that have anything with AI or any, because Valve doesn't know or can't tell that the work that you're using is from some other people's work, or a case may be, or in your intellectual property. So if you're making a game and it has AI code in it, or anything with AI anything, they will know and they will take your game down, and they probably might stop you even making games by not using your IP address or some shit like that, because they don't want to deal with that mess, because that whole shit is a headache. It's hard to figure out. So as might as well just let all AI stuff not be a part of that work till the company or something has some type of like way to say, okay, they're using thing that is legitimately theirs and licensed, so we don't have to have the headache of going through courts with them. I want to know that guy through the process when the title was first revealed. Is that my textures? Yeah, I want to know that guy too. How the hell did he figure that out? How could you figure that out from that like it's such a small like detail. How could you figure that out?
It does happen a little more frequently than it should when it comes to Call of Duty. There are plenty of other studios who have never
Thank you for
been
the likes,
reported
project.
for plagiarism. It's abundantly clear something has to be done behind the scenes to try to diminish the degree to which this continues to happen, and hopefully this can be abolished entirely so it never happens. But it does seem as though this is a case where the publisher and developer have acknowledged that this is plagiarism, given their takedown of marketing materials surrounding this character skin. But hopefully there's been some compensation and apologies and just transparency surrounding what happened here, so that the afflicted parties can get proper restitution, because yeah, an artist was wronged here, and it's up to the company that perpetrated this to set things right.
Yes.
Or at the very least, that's one man's
Just
take
doing my
on this
job.
situation. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this instance of
I don't
plagiarism
know,
in
man.
the games.
Being an artist sucks. And I'm saying this in a way of like the legal situation of how being an artist and people don't take being artists seriously. And how much work we put in our shit. And the fact that AI is like around makes it harder.
These days, you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of plagiarism. Unfortunately, all too common in the games industry and disconcertingly common in the Call of Duty franchise. You may recall that not long ago I discussed this case involving this anthropomorphic dog skin. Turns out this was stolen blatantly from another artist. The artist in question goes by the name Sail Lin, and looking at the original artwork, you can see it's basically an almost one-to-one copy with some stuff here and there changed up. Sail Lin went on Twitter to call out Call of Duty Vanguard's blatant plagiarism, and there's a tweet that went viral. This got lots of coverage, and along the way, people began to highlight previous cases of plagiarism on the part of Call of Duty, like this situation involving Dan Luvisi's LMS artwork. And then here's another instance where Call of Duty Warzone straight up stole the logo of this Gundam here. And then here's another case involving a shot from an anime that was straight up ripped, changed up a little bit, and then used as an original asset. As this story gained traction, Activision...
Now, I know that Japan has a non-copyright rule, because they don't have copyright in Japan, I believe, if I remember, or that's China. I don't remember wrong. So I think Japan doesn't have a copyright rule, so you can literally steal other people's work, and I don't think you can get in trouble with it. I think there's some things that you can't do still, but it's not like here in America where you can blatantly take someone's stuff and then not get away with it. You can get in a lot of trouble for it. You can lose your job, this, that, and the third. But I think the reason why they went down that path is because they thought, okay, it's Japanese, therefore there's no copyright rule, we don't have to worry. But here in America, that doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. It just don't work like that. It's a little different. It still is stealing. In that country, that probably might work, but here, if you still live here, you're a resident here, that's against the law. A lot of people don't know that. Because they think because in that country it doesn't apply to this country. No, it applies both ways. It applies here. It just doesn't apply over there. If you're living over there, then do that. If you're living over here, it still applies. Still stealing.
Got wind of this situation. Salen was eventually contacted by Activision in the hopes of a resolution, and slowly we started to see Activision acknowledge that this is a case of plagiarism. And Charlie Intel reported here how the blog post we were looking at before, whereas previously it featured a banner with the dog skin that was plagiarized, that was eventually changed so that it wouldn't be featured anymore. And so the speculation became that the skin would likely be removed, and that's indeed what happened, as reported by Charlie Intel here. The company says they have removed the skin completely and apologized to the artist. The statement that they gave out to media outlets reads, "We have the utmost respect for creativity and content creation. We love the loyal Samoyed, but regrettably we erred in our process and have removed this imagery from the game."
I would offer that person a job. No shit. I'm not even kidding.
An apology would be able to take more seriously if plagiarism wasn't so common within Call of Duty, and if that instance wasn't followed up by yet another accusation of plagiarism within the span of just a few weeks. In the span of a month, we're already getting a second case of plagiarism being reported on. So this is a tweet posted by the official Call of Duty Twitter page. Have you tried turning off and turning it back on again? Shut down their systems.
All right.
Malware, Ultra Skin.
Well, I appreciate it for the likes. I do appreciate it.
Vanguard and
they're amazing.
Call of Duty Warzone. Now, I don't know why they're adding this skin to Call of Duty Vanguard. It just doesn't belong in that World War II setting. But more importantly, people began to point out that this piece of artwork certainly looks very familiar. Here's a video of the skin in-game for those who are curious about that. And if we look at comparisons that were provided by fans, Mike CA tweeted this. Looks like...
Wait, that's weird. Why would he say that looks like something that shouldn't be in Call of Duty, but anthropomorphic wolf should be? Huh. That's an odd one take. That's an odd take. That's an odd one there. Yay. That's a wild one.
Whoever created the skin tried to copy the variant of one of the leaders of Midnight Society, SAD. Midnight Society, for those who don't know, is a game development studio established by Dr. Disrespect, and they're creating this game called Dead Drop, which is labeled as a vertical extraction shooter. Unfortunately, it's an NFT game. I'll definitely talk about this in a future video. I'm not in support of Dead Drop at all. But I'm certainly not in support of plagiarizing other people's work either. Though ironically, by promoting and creating an NFT video game in the form of Dead Drop, Midnight Society is promoting the NFT landscape, a landscape where plagiarism is rampant. So I cannot say that I feel entirely sorry for Dead Drop and Midnight Society, but that doesn't mean that plagiarism on the part of Activision and Call of Duty, especially with how many times it's happened already, is right. And you can see right here responding to Charlie Intel's tweet showing the skin in game, and then scrolling down you've got somebody who tweeted sus alongside an image showing various iterations of the original artwork. Now this Metro UK article further summarizes the situation in an article whose headline reads, Call of Duty accused of ripping off Dr. Disrespect game for newest skin. Scrolling down, you'll find the details. The new Doomsayer skin looks like a near one-to-one copy of a skin that is not only set to appear in Dead Drop, but is also used by studio co-founder Robert Bowling as his profile picture on Twitter. Now, much like Dr. Disrespect, Robert Bowling is also a well-known figure because once upon a time, he actually used to work as a creative lead on the Call of Duty series while he was at Infinity Ward, which makes this situation all the more ironic. He left the studio back in 2012 following the release of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And with plenty of people knowing Robert Bowling's involvement in Midnight Society and in Dead Drop, and the fact that he literally, as you can see here, uses that skin as his profile picture, or this character design as his profile picture, plenty of people tweeted at him. I think Robert Bowling is going to be happy to see that Activision just added his own skin in Vanguard. Maybe not. And here is a direct side-by-side. Robert Bowling himself did get wind of this, with plenty of people informing him and he added his own.
Oh my god!
Maybe not. And here is a direct side by.
Bro, look at that. How do you not see it? How do you not see if this dude fucking says anything? I swear.
Side. Robert Bowling himself did get wind of this, with plenty of people informing him, and he cheekily tweeted, hey, at least name it after me. And it'll be interesting to see how Activision responds to all of this. With the previous instance of plagiarism, they did admit that they messed up. They did remove the skin from the game and deleted all marketing materials that presented the plagiarized work.
I wonder if anyone lost their job doing that shit. I really doubt it.
Or if Activision will claim that this is actually original art that happens to look similar to somebody else's concept. Some people are saying, well, you know, the whole sci-fi skull mask with a hood, it's not the most original design. There have been various iterations of something like this. Somebody here pointing out a similar design from Call of Duty Cold War, which features this skin with a more orange, kind of hellish looking version of that hooded masked skull face kind of character design. That it's possible for two artists to come up with a similar idea for something like this, and maybe that's the situation that
no.
Here.
Okay, listen. Listen. I understand you can't be super original all the goddamn time. You can't be original all the time. In most cases, the things we make is pretty derived from something we've seen before. I get that. That happens. Like this. I'm not making anything totally original here. I'm just using base what I've learned from, well, base what I've seen from, what do you call it, Genshin Impact, and I'm just kind of just combining a bunch of things I remember from it, and some things that are my own ideas, and then making any changes as I go. But like, I'm not making anything super original like I'm making the next Harry Potter or something in my head. No, that's not happening. Like fucking Star Wars is not even original when you stop and think of it. If you like George Lucas when he made Star Wars, it's a rip-off story. Well, the original story is a rip-off story of some old shogun movie from I think 1960 something. It was a black and white movie. So like, and he just took the same story concept and elements and put it in his fucking thing. Like, we're not gonna play this game like Star Wars is super original. Yeah, he probably took some liberties in some things he wrote, but majority of the story is based on that old timey-wimey movie. If you think about it. But we're not gonna play this game like George Lucas is some genius. He was good at marketing. He was good at what he did at the time of his fame, but he's not super original like that. Like he's thinking of fucking next stories. He has not made anything new since he sold Star Wars. So like what like you see what I'm saying? Like there's nothing new. Oh, and Indiana Jones. I don't know if Indiana Jones is even like original to him either. Well, it probably is. No, I think it's a mix between him and Steven Spielberg, I think. Or that was Steven Spielberg and it was just under George Lucas's watchful eye, probably, or either one of the two. I'm not totally sure on that, but nothing's totally original. It's just what makes something original is how far is it from the original idea. That what makes it at least close to original. But it's very hard to make something exactly brand new and then present it so different from the norm that people are going to gravitate to it. Like, let's look at shonen for instance. There's thousands of different shonen that's going through their pipeline, and majority of them do not make it. Like, the Hunters Guild is one of them. I don't know how original the story is because I've never read the book. And I can't compare it to anything. Maybe you guys can make some comparisons to other anime. But just the fact that you can make a comparison can probably tell you that it's not totally original to the point that you can make a comparison. You know what I'm saying? So, like, nothing's totally, like, original. It's just how far deviant is it from the original? That's the question. A lot of people tend to get this really, like, fucked with. Because we haven't seen nothing original in a long-ass time. Long-ass time. Like, think of it. Like, we have, like, Harry Potter, right? We have Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? We have Star Wars, right? We have What other show? Like when there are factions, like look at Harry Potter. There are factions of different, I guess, classes. Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and uh, 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 we call it Harry's faction. And they're all different colored: blue, red, green, red. I think blue, red, green, and yellow. Look at fucking Avatar. They have the nations: blue, red, green, and yellow. You know what I'm saying? They all work differently. Everything has its own power system. Everything has their own economy in this sense. Like they're not that far off from each other if you think of it in that sense. Gryffindor. That was it. Gryffindor. That was it. I don't know. I'm not a big Harry Potter person. My girlfriend is. But it's just like I'm not a big Harry Potter person. But I understand what you mean. But they have these factions. Same thing with I guess you can say fucking Star Wars. They have their own factions. They have the Empire, and then they have the Sith. They have the Jedi. They have like these are factions. You know what I'm saying? So it works that way in that sense. Like everything is derived from something else, from each other in some form, shape, or form. Look at fucking Scooby Doo, for instance. Scooby Doo came first, right? And then they had all these Scooby Doo clones. They had Jabberjaw, I think it was called Jabberjaw, and then they had Josie and the Pussycats, and then they had other very specific Scooby Doo looking characters. They had the same like running animations too for some of them too. Like most of the Pussycat girls are literally just derived versions of fucking Daphne, right? And all the guys who are brute like big, tall, buff dudes are just literally Fred in different hairstyles and shirts, just minus the mascot, the ascot, Jabberjaw. Yeah. Oh, you don't know what Jabberjaw is? Okay, Jabberjaw. I'm old. This probably shows my age. Jabberjaw. No one knows what Jabberjaw is. You might see it. Once I write it. Maybe you don't know the name. You probably know the character. Jabberjaw. Does anyone remember Jabberjaw? The shark? Jabberjaw. It was supposed to be Scooby-Doo, but underwater. It was in a world where people lived underwater because this was in the 2000s. In the 2000s, we were supposed to live underwater. Like early, like 2010 or some shit. I think it was supposed to be in the year 2000. We're supposed to live underwater. There's anthropomorphic talking animals. We're playing on literal oh, I see in that shark. Yeah, we seen it. You've seen it at least once. You just probably didn't know the name. It was supposed to set in the future, and then I think they're supposed to like these kids. They're like singers or some type of like celebrity band, and they like go on adventures by going against like bad guys who did like it's like it's fucking Scooby-Doo by a shark. Oh, and he's like yeah, 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 see, and he talks like this all the time. Like it's fucking funny. Like you have the Shaggy character, the Fred character, the Daphne character, and the off-putting, but sometimes you think Velma, but she had an annoying voice and a little bit of a ditz. So she was a little bit like, well, actually, I think the black was a bitch. The one when the blonde was literally an annoyance bimbo, and the dude here was just Fred, and the other one was hungry as Shaggy. And this one, Scooby-Doo, talks a little bit more clearly than usual. He don't put an R in everything he says, but he just talks and kind of repeats himself like he's about to rob you from like 1940. Yeah, see? Not like that, but something like that. It's literally Shaggy. Yeah, it's like every Shaggy character looked exactly the same. Like it was funny. Like one thing that Hanna-Barbera knew, if they had an idea and it worked once, we'll just keep doing it over and over again till these people till we saturate the market, completely saturate the market. Like if you put Scooby-Doo clones. Shit, like Fang Face. I remember Fang Face. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Fang Face. It was about these four, every time he looked at the full moon, or I think if every time he saw a moon, he'll turn into the werewolf, and then he'll save the day or some shit, while they're trying to do mysteries and shit, or some shit like that. And I think they did a crossover with Scooby Doo, if I remember right. It's fucking stupid. Fuck. There was another one. I can't remember. Fucking. It was just like okay. Scooby Doo clone dogs. And then this show. I never remember seeing this show, but they had this character, and he wore a hat. I think he talked just like Scooby Doo, but he had more of a goofy sounding voice. I think majority of every other dog sounded like Goofy right after Scooby Doo. It was like every other character that was a dog speak more properly than Scooby Doo. I don't know why. Great value Scooby Doo. Yeah, exactly. Great value Scooby Doo. Like it was like this is Josie and the Pussycats. Like look, there's always a fucking animal. Like and then the bitch, the Daphne looking clones, the one Shaggy looking character, and then the one Fred. There's always the one Fred person. And they always happen to be blonde majority of the time. They're usually blonde, if anything. They all look the same. Oh, and Speedy. I think it was called Speedy. What is it called? Speedy? Barbara dogs. No, not dogs. I was like Speedy. I think it's called Speedy. Speed Buggy. Yeah, I remember this show. So they changed the formula up. Instead of an anthropomorphic talking or just a talking dog, it was a talking car, and the car always sounded like it was hopped up on something. And then and the thing is, the car always, I think, magically shoots shit out of his ass, like he'll go super fast. Like if he was like, I forgot what it was. I think he has to drink something. It was like they mix between Scooby Doo and Popeye. So like I think whenever the speed buggy drunk some type of juice, he'll like be like supercharged and save the day or some shit. It was fucking Shaggy, off value Fred, and then the one Velma. You can tell everything was from the fucking 70s. It was, if it can work, it can be replicated over and over again. And then they met each other, and it was fucking. It is what it is. And then Scooby Doo ran with this whole idea of seeing movie stars. That was the thing. Like I think someone said something that was true. I think I was listening to Nerdrotic. He said that the death of the celebrity is gone. And I think what he meant by that was based on what the interpretation I got was that the idea of celebrities are dead. So like, you know how like back in the day in the early 2000s, those of you who was growing up when Disney Channel was like a thing and teen stars was really blowing up. Just saying that I met someone at like a celebrity was like made you a celebrity by default because no one knew them. There was no Twitter. There was no their opinions. None of that shit. None of that existed. It was just if you met them, your life is amazing. Even if your life was totally crap. Like if you ran to like, because I met 50 Cent in person. I went to the same school with him and his son at the time when he was going through that shooting thing with Ja Rule. I was in the same school with him. Both me and his son was in the same class together. But I didn't know he was actually 50 Cent's son until he came to the actual school, picked up his son in his giant limo. And it was, and what was funny, because they looked fucking alike. And yes, and his name is Marquise. His son name was Marquise Jackson. I heard that he's not doing very well in the sense of him and his father's relationship. But at the time, I think we was in 3rd grade together at the time. And it was really cool to know that I was not friends with him. I just knew we was in the same class, we worked together, and we did homework together. Oh, not homework, but we did work together as a class. That was pretty much it. I didn't ask for to be his friend. I never tried to hang out with him. I did not even know who he was, who was he born to till later on throughout the year. And I thought it was cool. I didn't think much of it as a kid to be friends with him because I knew who 50 Cent was as a kid, but I didn't really think, oh, I didn't think that far off because when you're in third grade, you're not thinking that far to be friends with someone just because they're a celebrity's child. Cheese. So, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. It was a different time. You just and the idea of celebrities is dead because like every celebrity puts their business out there in the internet and it can be construed to virtually anything these days that they're just as people like celebrities now are seen as people with just money. They're not like this god amongst men type people anymore. They're just literally people who have money who's just have got lucky enough to find the right people or run into the right people in their lives to be where they are. That's pretty much what they're just literally drawn down to. Great value, Scooby-Doo. Oh, Lala, what are you doing here? So, like, that's the thing. That's pretty much what celebrities are. They're not this mystery person who just happens to make a lot of money from movies you watch. They're just this person who makes money from just like making movies. And majority of most celebrities are very out of touch and pretty much insane. Look at Will Smith's family. You kind of thought it was kind of normal till they started doing that roundtable shit, and you start realizing these people are insane. The whole family's insane. And the mom is the puppet master behind all of this. Now all their dirty laundry is out. Will Smith is not the same. No one will take him seriously anymore. No matter what Will Smith does now, nothing he does has any real Will Smith did it. No, it's just kind of like, oh, he did it. That's it. It's not the same anymore. He ruined his image by going with this woman and listening to this woman, and it took a mental toll upon him. So now everyone hates him and his family. So celebrity now sends their kids to private schools. He's drawing Genshin Impact. Yeah, I'm making a Genshin Impact character. Yeah, well, that's the kind of common thing for most celebrities' children because we was in private school, me and Marquise at the time. The school we went to was literally private school. It wasn't cheap, but like that's something common for most um celebrities to put their children in private school or sometimes homeschool them. But I rarely ever hear that these days. It's usually when they homeschool them, they come from like insane hippie like celebrities. But I don't think Amina Kunis and her husband Ashton Kutcher are insane people. They seem to be quite down to earth and have some sense. They seem like they don't like the celebrity how Hollywood does things. I think they stay away from Hollywood as best as they can. I think they still work with Hollywood in certain aspects, but I don't think they want their kids to be actors like they are because of what they had to go through and the shit that Hollywood does that makes you not want to be a celebrity, much less a actor, whether you're male or female. So yeah. I forgot you went to private school. Yeah, I did. I went to private school. I never went to private school. Public school. Except that one online school. That was a different situation. Yeah, my dad worked his ass off as a what do you call it? As what do you call it? A fucking wood technician. He worked his ass off. He was making pretty good money back then. And then the economy went to shit, and then I had to get a new profession. Disney does.
Guard one.
The fuck? The fuck was that? Oh, you're talking in some type of... Hello, Narf. I suggest you speaking English. Writing that in was it Pakistani? I wouldn't bother. And don't do that again, cause like I don't know what that says. God for all I know, I don't know what you're saying. Please switch to English. If you don't speak English, don't come in here because I will not know what the fuck you're saying. And I don't know if you're saying something insane and it can get me in trouble. And no, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm just trying to save everyone the hatred of like getting kicked off because I don't know if you're saying something offensive. So please speak in English. If you don't, kicking you out. Anyway, Disney does a lot worse. The Hollywood, they mess up those people a lot of people. Yeah. I don't know if Amanda Bynes was ever in Disney. I know she was part of Nickelodeon for like most of her career. I don't think she did any Disney movies, but that woman's life, she is not the same. Majority of most Disney characters are Disney celebrities from the early 2000s and probably even earlier than that is not the same. They are not good. They are not okay. I wonder if I should make this still in a cup. Maybe I should just erase this part. Maybe I should delete that part. Maybe I should delete this part. Might make some changes on that. I'm not totally sure. Like I said, I would never hate on Will Smith. Emotional trauma does. Yeah, I know. He even mentions him growing up. See, people don't hate Will Smith because he has emotional trauma. People hate Will Smith of what actions he took. People are not going to look at him as this evil person. They know he's a person who needs help. And I'm pretty sure he's getting it, but like because he did actions that is like, can't be taken back, people are going to remember him for that. Some people are not into psychology. Some people think psychology is not real. Some people don't think is a thing. Some people will just literally stick to hate him, and some people just don't like him because they just don't like him. And they'll find any excuse not to like him. So it's like the easiest thing is give people to remember you in a negative light, even if you didn't mean it in a way that you meant it, and they'll stick to it no matter what. Like the whole Vic Mignogna situation where he was wrongfully, his life was taken from, well, not his life taken, but his livelihood was taken from him because bad actors ruined his lives because they didn't have the same political beliefs as him. All that whole Vic Mignogna thing had nothing to do with that woman. It had to do with his political takes, and I think it had to do with Trump. I think somewhere down the line it had to do with Trump. And because his colleagues didn't take that too kindly, and they knew that he was going to get a tenured position as a certain director, they didn't like that too much, so they made up lies about him, about something that didn't happen. So, yeah, I don't... It's kind of annoying, and now people still harass him to this day about what happened between him and what's her face? I forgot her name. But that was never the case because when she had a witness against him on that court situation, her witness gave her up and said she was lying. Everything she said was pretty much a lie. He still lost because what did he lost for? I think he lost because there was no direct evidence that they did or didn't do something or some shit. Monica Rial, that was her name. And Marco Robbie? Marco Robbie, I think that was her name. The other one, no, Jamie Marchi, that was her name. Fuck, I'm saying the wrong person. I'm thinking Barbie. Jamie Marchi, she didn't help too much on that too. She was just as much of a advocate of his downfall as anyone else. The two people who really ruined it was Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial. Anyone else after that was Dragon Ball people who was just in support of them because they didn't want to seem like bad people, so they did anyway. And also, he also said something about All Might, the voice of All Might, who is Vegeta, Chris Sabat, don't like him because of his ideologies or some shit like that. They didn't really see eye to eye on ideology, so he didn't really like him too much by default. Same thing with Schemmel. I forgot his name. The one who does the voice of Goku, Sean Shammo. But if you look back in these people's past for the thing. Oh, it's flying again. Oh, I know it's flying again around me. I heard that. I heard that. It's on my side somewhere. Hold on, let me turn this on. Really don't want to turn this on, but I don't want to turn it on, but Jesus Christ. I don't need this thing flying around me. I want to kill it later. Like I said, I will never hear Sam from iCarly spoke out, and she did a podcast on how. Yeah, she did a whole, I think, documentary on them trying to, pay her for not talking of the abuse she went through, and shit, or something like that. I'm not totally sure what I don't know what type of detail she gave, but it was to that extent. And same thing with her mom not being helpful and also being terrible towards her and stuff. So that didn't help either. Her whole life was pretty bad as an actor. She couldn't say anything because everyone's gonna just write her off as like, you're just being spoiled, you know. But she went through some pretty bad abuse, as she claimed. I think I heard most of it on Facebook, snippets of it, because like it was like kind of like someone cut it down, maybe because of copyright reasons, but yeah. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Okay. Now let's see how this looks so far. Because the top is cleaned up. I need to fix this part a little bit, make it a little bit more believable, and then we'll go for the arm. I'm not going to do that for tonight. I'm going to stop from here for you guys, and I'm going to finish the rest as I'm from this point. I'm going to continue this on my own. But because I wanted this done today, but I got lost talking too much, intrusive thoughts. So I'm going to finish the rest of it on my own, and then I'll make a video on it and all that stuff. So that's why I'm not going to make this into like a YouTube video like that, because this was kind of a botched situation. I don't know why people want actors, because most of them are... Yeah, they're usually, like, yes, clinically most of them are mentally unstable, but they're not seeing the person, they're seeing their money. That's the sad part. That's where that problem comes in. They're seeing them for their money. And I'm not gonna lie, I do the same thing sometimes too. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't do it, but I tend to realize back, like, the only reason this person is going through this is because they clearly don't have a good enough support system that is guiding these people, especially young people who are into this industry very early, any help, because everyone's trying to use them to get where they want to be. This happened to Bunk Gang. I think his name is Bunk Gang. I think most of you know who that is. The guy who would like go to people's barbecues and go to their stores, and he'll take their stuff and run and say gang gang every 5 seconds. You know who I'm talking about. He was a Instagram celebrity for like throughout the 2010s to like, I think 2015. I think it was for like 3 years. And then he tried to make a rap career, and then that went left, and then something happened to him. He was crazy on drugs, and he didn't have a support system. People was using him, all that stuff. And then I think he said he turned to God somewhat in his hoodish ways. He did it in the most hoodish way ever. He said he turned to God. Now he's making Christian rap, which I don't take that shit seriously at all. I don't take Christian rap or Christian rock seriously at all. I just don't. Something about it feels pretty odd to me about that. But I get it. Some people need a more softer kick approach to certain things. So I'm not shitting on him for trying to look for a better outlet in life, but I don't think Christian rap is the way to go. But hey, that's just me. That's my opinion. Yeah, take Kanye West for instance. I think Kanye West to me is an individual who needs not help, but need better guidance. I think he lacks guidance in certain situations and how to maneuver that guidance. Also, he seemed like he's suffering from other things too. Probably like anxiety, anger issues. I don't say anger issues, but like just things that is plaguing him. Something is here. I'm going to kill this ant. This mosquito. Something's plaguing him, but because he has a terrible support system, people don't take him as seriously. They just kind of write him off as a meme. Gone crazy. What's the pixel size of that? I forgot the name. It's not pixel size. I'm actually putting it in inches. I know I shouldn't do that, but I do it all the time because it keeps everything pre-rendered pretty well. But it's 2.78 times 4.80 inches. So it's 2 inches. It's 2.78 inches to 4.80 inches. That's the perfect size for the phone. That's why I draw everything in that aspect ratio. In case it becomes some good content, I can put on it as a video. I don't say fly someone. It's more of a mosquito. Fly is a fly. Fly doesn't bug me unless it just flies around, but it doesn't bite me, unlike the fucking mosquito. Got me itching my arm and shit because the bitch keep biting me, and I keep not feeling them because their needles are so very, like, thin, so you don't feel shit from them. That shit's irritating. Alright, yeah, so I'm gonna stop from here. I'm gonna continue this on my own and get this done sometime. It won't be right away because I have other content that was supposed to come out today, but I overslept, so there'll be other content coming and an announcement, so if anything. So as much as I hate to say this, but we are done. I wanted to finish this today, but I got lost talking because I talked too much. Anyway, so with that said, guys, it's okay. Kanye graduation. I like how you said that. Okay. So with that said, have a great night. Hey, user, I just saw you. 7IY little 6. I have no idea. But anyway, have a great night. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. If I am, you guys will know. If you know, you know. And it won't be this late. I didn't mean to stream this late. I actually woke up too late. So with that said, have a great night. Stay safe. Probably see you tomorrow. Look out for tomorrow's content I'll be posting on Instagram, YouTube, Threads, and TikTok. And stuff. There is an announcement that is coming, so look out for that video, because I'll be making an announcement very soon. Hopefully it'll end up being positive. I'm hoping, but we'll see. Let me pull this up. Sadly, oh, just another thing. If you guys are interested of getting the Genshin Impact soaps that I mentioned, those of you who are on TikTok, Twitch, or whoever will be seeing this, it's right here. It's supposed to be the silk flower one, but I think she misposted, and it was supposed to be the wind wheel. So if you see wind wheel and you want this orange one, just get it under the silk flower. I think it's called silk flower on the Genshin Impact. If you don't know where to find her, her name is Mora Lathers. It's exactly what you see here. You'll see the same logo. It's on her TikTok. You can buy it right there on TikTok and get the Genshin Impact soaps if you're interested. Fuck. I thought I did something wrong. Yeah, I thought I did something wrong. So go get that. It's also on my page if you want to go get it there instead. You can get it on TikTok. You don't have to go no Shopify, no nothing, no Amazon, no nothing. It's literally on TikTok. You can get it there. All right. So with that said, have a great night, guys. I'm out. Bye bye. All right. Later, YouTube.